Hello, duelists. Hope you're all having a good one. I cannot believe it's the end of the week already. To be honest, it doesn't feel like a full week has passed. And more importantly for me, I feel like I've not done a full week's work. I feel like I have been a little more unproductive than I would like. And I'm going to account it to I've had not good sleep. So it's been kind of rough for me. But that's okay. We're still here. When I'm ready to stream, I made sure to make as much time as I can for you guys. And it's been a while since I've streamed every single day in the week. Not that I'll be streaming this weekend, but next weekend I will for ICS Bologna. But fuck yeah, no, Friday already. Honestly, it feels crazy. Half November being gone is insane. Oh, I feel like there's so much I haven't done that I need to do in November, and like I was hoping to have like more done at this point. And then you procrastinate on stuff that's like not time, like stuff that's like not urgent to be done. You just procrastinate on it, and then it gets worse and then worse, and yeah, so that's kind of how it feels. Weird, right? Fucking weird, but like truthfully, as a kid playing Yu-Gi-Oh, almost no truthfully, this doesn't always feel like that. There are definitely weeks and days where I get a lot of work done and the day feels fucking long, and by the end of it I'm like, I feel accomplished. So I can't even say this is always the case for me, but these last 2 weeks, I don't know, I feel like I haven't been as much as I want to. I ate something off 2 nights ago, and it's kind of fucked my stomach up the last 2 days, I'm not gonna lie. And I thought it was better because I was streaming yesterday, I was okay, and then for most of the rest of the evening I was okay, and then I went to bed, and I made sure to eat like really like just clean foods pretty much for all of yesterday. I had like grilled chicken, literally just like grilled chicken and rice twice. And that was my entire meal plan. And then at 4 in the morning, I just huge pain in my gut. It was rough. On top of that, I taught myself by looking at chat spiciest to spicy deck lists. There's a lot worse that can go on in my life than that, so I'll be happy. Turn off Christmas music. All right, starting off the stream right. Let's go. Do we feel like anime? What do you feel like? I'll ask you, Sam. You want the anime playlist, the classical playlist, or the regular playlist? You can choose. I'm in the mood for anything. Turn on Christmas music. Never mind, Sam. I'm sorry. It was nice to have hope. Oh god. Haunted by Christmas music. Yeah, I mean, Christmas music's fine. I enjoy it. Like right now I'm not bored of it yet, but I'm sure in 2 hours when the stream slugs on, I'll be a little sick of it because 3 hours, like, okay, so the problem with this, sure, turn it back off. The problem with this playlist as well is this entire playlist is only 49 songs that I have, which means that the entire thing is like 2 hours. So when we play this on stream and nobody switches off it, we listen to the same songs at some point. So it's a little crazy. Turn on Christmas music. Well, it appears we have a battle. If you slammed with Michael Bublé Christmas music, wouldn't be too bad. I mean, Michael Bublé is on here, but it still gets to be too much. Okay, like I'll play Michael Bublé for you. There you go. Like it's a lot of Sinatra, Bublé, Dean Martin, which is some good classics. Like I genuinely like a lot of this, like all the songs on here, pretty much. Bar maybe a couple of the gimmick ones, like Grandma Got Run Over by a Ranger. That one's just stupid, but there's good music here. I'm not like a hater on Christmas music, but it gets tedious. Is a special place in hell for Sebi? Nah, man. Let them spread the Christmas joy for now. How did the deck roast video do metric wise? It's okay. It's not popping off, but I'm gonna keep with it. Turn off Chris's music. Okay, we are switching back over. Ooh, it's a banger. One video actually is kind of not doing very well in the metrics right now. It just released. And if y'all want to help out, I'll actually do this right now. And I clicked on the wrong OBS scene. That's great. 1 second. Aha! There we go. So this song, the newest World Changer Conquest with Josh Schmidt, is a 9 out of 10 right now. So if y'all want to, so the biggest thing is no one's commenting on this. I don't know why no one's commenting on this. So if you guys just want to comment this and have this running on in the background, it would legitimately make a huge help to me. Actually, I'm going to do this again. Comment and watch in background to help me, please. And I'm going to pin it for the stream. And I can't type, but that's fine. Another Josh collab? Yeah, the goal is to do these once a month, every time there's a new pack. We didn't do one in the last pack, the Summon Sork pack, because what new cards were there besides literally like 2 of them? Like, you couldn't really make a new decks from that. The animations were amazing in the Mermail video. I will do more of those. I will let you know, though. They take significantly more work. I will show you guys, though. I'm working on the script for the next one from the new side deck challenge. It's fucking long. It's not easy, because I want to make sure it looks good, so I'm putting a lot of effort into it. And then also, obviously, my editor also has a lot of work going into it. So I'm trying, guys. We'll get more of it. Yeah, this is O Fortuna, though. Carmina Burana. Carl Orff. Where's the Primite video? I cannot find some of the cards for the deck. It's really frustrating. I got the Primite cards and I have the prize cards. But I'll give you guys a sneak peek of what the deck looks like. These are the cards I'm missing. I think at this point I'm only missing a couple cards. Where is it? Primite N. This is how I sort. Is I this is what I'm missing. I found these. I still can't find Lubellians. I found those. But my Primite deck looks crazy. So what I do is I write just N as in like need. So I create duplicates of the deck and then I find what I'm missing. I don't have 3 Infernoid decks. I don't know. So these are all the local decks that I'm trying to build right now to take to locals, and then it's still fucking hard to find cards. I've been trying to build sharks for so long. I cannot find some of these cards. I just cannot find them. Here, what do I still need for this? It's not sorted properly. It's this one. I got these yesterday. I got one of these. I still can't find anything else. I'm still missing so much. Show the Primite? Okay. I mean, it's just a gimmick deck. So I've kind of made this Primite deck a little more fucked, because in order to play more prize cards, I've started playing shit like Dark End Dragon for this combo, because you can use the Dark End Evaporation Dragon to fusion summon with another verse dragon to make the Light and Darkness Dragon, and then I get to play a prize card Dark End, and then I threw this in here for fun. This is Solaria, by the way. It's just not in DB, unless they added it recently. Yeah, it's not in DB. And then we got in Alistair, because we have no normal summons, so we may as well. And we got, and then I'm just siding all the other prize cards. And we can also use Crush Card Virus with Alistair, so that's kind of cool. But it's low-key a fucking pain in the ass to find these cards. Like, I've had people comment, why don't I do more let's make a metas type stuff with TCG? Partially because finding cards for decks is a major pain in the ass. I don't live in America, so like I can't order on TCG Player and get shit in a week. I fucking just can't find stuff. Like, some decks are harder than others. Especially ones with just random bullshit. Like old stuff. Where's Minerva? I don't have an Ultra Minerva. I have Super Minerva, not Ultra. Wasn't Alistair reprinted? When what? I think I need all the other extra cards in here, though. I can't just throw stuff together. But this is the shit deck that I'm playing. Be back in December. Okay, but like, I don't want to wait a month. That's part of the whole problem. Surely someone at Locals has an Invoke deck. I'm trying to ask around. I'm going to make a post in the Locals group again. It's just like, Easier said than done. You have to get from multiple people at once. It's fucking rough. Show some Invoked. I mean, I'm gonna show you like a really fucked up version of Invoked, but Primite Invoked prize cards. It's gonna be banger. It's gonna be a nice $100,000 deck, with like 12 ultra prize cards. Yeah, I mean, we have a little bit to I'm looking for. Oh, this one's gonna be fun. I'm working on BA. I'm missing a lot of the fucking cards. I can't find my old BA deck. I just can't find it. But I want to make a BA revival video, and this is the deck list that I have right now that I'm working with. Just trap BA, 60 cards. Wait, there's no grass. Oops. How could I forget this? What am I cutting for grass? I don't know. Morella's not that good. Whatever. There we go. 2 whole spells. I'm trying to steal Fartfa viewers. I am the Burning Abyss fan, not Fartfa. Like, bro, he'll tell you BA is not even his favorite deck. BA is like my second or third favorite. I fucking love BA. Did I see the Invoked Cash as Amina? I have not, no. Oh yeah, no, I have Mechabuzz. I have Mechabuzz from the tins. It should be somewhere next to me. Yeah, here they are. Yeah. And what I did is I had a pack of World Championship 2017 sleeves, like unopened. So I opened them up to build the Primite deck. Because I want to double sleeve everything. So I put nice sleeves on. So this is just like a bit of a vanity thing, but like, I guess so. It can be a bit cocky, but it's a like, fuck, what's the word? A tribute to my victories or whatever. Because we got the world sleeves. I guess. Ooh, I should find my other world sleeves. My 2024 world sleeves. So my first world ever is 2017, and then 2024 sleeves I'll put the X deck on. I think right now I'm using the same sleeves for X deck and main deck, but that'd be cool. I took the most expensive deck in the world. Yes, I'm the only person in the deck who would be able to build this. Fucking 2 Another Verse Dragons in my deck. Yeah, it's taking me longer than expected. Truthfully, it's been kind of rough just finding singles. Like, I don't have a better excuse than it's literally just hard for me to find singles. But that's why I'm trying to get everything ahead of time, because in the past I've kind of gone week by week looking for cards, and so I spent like last night just pretty much building a bunch of fucking decks, and I want to get all the cards now and have them pre-built. That way I can just play them when I want to and not have to scavenge for the scraps and pieces of a deck, because it's frustrating. Like, you guys have, God, I need to do a sorting stream as well. Have you tried the Big Toronto Facebook group? Dude, I hate dealing with people online. I really hate it. Y'all don't understand. As someone who's done buying and selling a lot as a TCG player, like as this vendor, it is cancer. It is pure fucking cancer. Okay. I mean, I feel like we got sidetracked here. Did you guys comment on this video like I said? Let's take a look. How many of y'all commented? As a kid playing Yu-Gi-Oh, almost no 3 comments. Quite as exciting 4? As waiting for a new set to drop. So I could run straight to locals, cracks and packs. 16 comments is rough though for an hour in. I don't know why the metrics are dying on this video so much. Just not being pushed in the algorithm. People have different definitions of what TCG low means in that group. I have adults in that group since pre-COVID. So one of the reasons why I don't like dealing in this TCG groups as well in Canada, and this matters for selling more further than buying, but they would I would sell a card and they'd ask for the price and I'd say X amount plus tax, and they'd say, can I just pay cash? And I'm like, you can pay cash, it'll still have tax. So I've been audited 5 years in a row. I am not going to do anything illegal. I cannot risk it. I will get audited and I will get caught. So I'm not allowing money laundering or like tax bullshit. And then people are like, bro, why are you charging tax? It's just a card. And I'm like, I can show you that I am a registered business in Canada for selling Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Like, I need to charge tax, legally required. And then they throw a fucking fit and then they block me. And it's like, well, fuck you too. So that's always fun. People are just always wanting the better price. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not, I can't not charge you tax. Can I recommend you a future-proof deck to invest in because you watched your Fire King Snake Eye, you're not so sure if the deck can hold its weight in around a month's time? You're the world champion, you want a second opinion. Listen, if a deck gets power crept, every deck gets power crept, so that's not really avoidable, unfortunately. If Fire King gets knocked down a peg, I think it'll still be a good deck, and it'll still be better than the alternatives. You can't believe you don't commit tax evasion. Crazy, right? Imagine being a law-abiding citizen. This is a different video from the Goblin one. Cool. Yeah, we do them once a month. Yes, I'm a money launderer. How did you guys know? I think we also have new content to react to. Joey's new Red Eyes deck. Yes. I think I saw the Josh react here. Okay, we have to do this at some point. As well as I was curious about the MBT react we can do. Then other content we want to react to, we can as well. But yeah, okay. Stun is generally future proof. It's also just not fun. If you want to play stun, you can enjoy yourself, and I'm not really going to judge you, but at the same time, I don't know how you enjoy it. Like, if you enjoy it, I'm happy for you, but I do not. I think it is one of the most boring things in the world. And why are you playing Yu-Gi-Oh if not to enjoy yourself? So I question people who show up to locals with stun day in and day out. Like, we're that down bad. Listen to Song of Silence. I'm listening to classical right now. What is better, the Looney or the Toonie? Neither. The fucking coins are terrible. Josh reacted to the 2017 recap. It's what I just said. It's right here. All right. Did we just hop into Master Duel and finish up the event? Let's hop into Master Duel. Et voila. We are in Master Duel. So we should only need 3 more wins and then we're done with this entire event, right? Yeah, 3 more wins and we're done. If anybody wants to sub, they can choose my deck. Otherwise, I'll probably rock it with... It may not be this. I don't know what this is. Yeah, oh, fuck yeah. I'm not playing this shit. I forgot that you guys made me build this nonsense. The literal worst deck ever. Fuck you, Ojama Green. Yeah, literal first game we play with this deck. The only game we play, we drew Ojama Green. Like, cancerous tumor. Literally always there to ruin my day. Drawing Vanquish Soul? I mean, I'll rock Unchained, I think. Gotta try Teller Knights. I don't feel like learning a new deck right now. I also apparently do not own the cards. These have a secret pack, because I don't mind ever opening a secret pack that I own nothing of. Human Salvation, are the new cards in there? They are. Interesting. Maybe one day we can open that. Maybe Rincess an entire event. I don't mind Rincess, but Unchained is just like a base deck. I love Unchained. It's really good, and I'm content with that. Prisons, 1/1/1, and Shavara. Ahaha. Contract. Machinex. Requiem. Am I missing something? Oh, Caesars. Tor Slut. I think I think you lost like 2 total. We have not been that fortunate. We've been getting shit on because we play subscriber decks, and the subscriber decks have been not good. Duster, Change of Heart, Prosby. Make it 3 of this, whatever. And then we'll go Unicorn, Makreke, Zhoosh. Goddess. And Heavy Storm, right? Should be Heavy Storm, right? So used to not playing with Heavy Storm. And then I don't fucking remember. Griffin. I mean Typhon. Typhon's better. Alright. Good enough. Let's knock out 3 wins real quick. This should not be hard. Nightmare Griffin is super fake. It like never comes up in this deck. I'm convinced people who summon that card don't know what they're doing. Playing with the Argiphine cards in Unchained, they are bad. Very unnecessary. Okay, hand is solid. We are cooking. What have you got for me, Amanis? Did they just quit? Is this really the first game of the day and they just quit? I guess it'd be like that sometimes. Timeout loss? No. They're yeah, they just alright, they DC'd or quit. The win is a win. I mean, it gets closer to finishing the event, so I'll take it, I guess. Yay, 500 medals. Actually, I should take a look to see if there's anything I need to do for my like quests. Okay. November festivals. Duel, win a duel. I reused all the summon ones. Yeah, okay, not really. Punch to the baby? I do not understand the reference. Nintendo Switch player. Maybe he's off the YCS then. Izu, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Izu, if you want to tell us the deck that we play next, this is your last chance. Let me know what deck you want to see and we can build it. Assuming I own the cards, but feel free to ask. Rika. Okay, I don't have Snowdrop, but if that's okay, then sure. I think it's Snowdrop, the rank 8. I don't have the rank 8. Why Strix? My hand just doesn't have an engine card, so that's not a great start, but maybe we'll see something. Revendrid. This is an Exceed and Link Festival, and you want to do a ritual. Tisk, tisk, tisk. This combo is so boring. Do I just auto lose to this though? Like I have an out to one of them, but multiple of them? I don't think I do. Oh, I forgot, but there's no access code on this deck. You don't need access code though, but I think I probably cannot beat it. Yeah, I'm just gonna concede. I'm not ever beating this. You don't know if a loner is double the new tower? Oh, I know there's a loner. Oh well, whatever. Alright, so edit deck. Let's build Sun Avalon Rika. And I have no idea how to play. The Imperial March, alright. I'll make a mood on. It's fine. Was it like 1, 1, 3, 1? 3 of these? I don't remember. 3 of these. Then a sheet. Okay. Royal Rika Princess. What? Sun. All right. Where's Loci? How am I supposed to build this deck, guys? I don't know how to play this. Malaise. I need this, right? Wait, that's not the right one. Oops. It's this one. 3 Dryas, 2 Healer. Sowing. Jasmine. Oh, there's Rikas as well, right? I mean, what Rikas do I play? It's this one. And then we play Therion. I'm not playing Therion cards, I guess. I'm not crafting that. Hyperiton. Lone Fire. Are the Aroma cards out? Dude, I have no idea how to play this deck. Unexpected die? Okay. So I need the Link 3 Aroma, you said. What else? Banglancer? Yeah. Okay. What else? Cactus? Yeah, it's not allowed. Aroma. Aroma Blend. What's the fusion monster called? Is supposed to summon this or Magnolia? Is it not in the game? Oh wait, no, it's we can't do fusions. Yeah, wait, why am I playing these cards? I'm just not making this more difficult than it needs to be. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna call it a day with this. What are the links do I need? Uh, Dance. Zepiony. And then second Strenna. I'm not making a second Strenna. I have the link to Rika here. This will have to do. I have no idea what I'm doing here, but it's fine. Throw in a random obelisk. Doesn't even have teardrop. I don't own the cards. What do you want me to do? This isn't a deck that I play. All right. So what does this require to summon? And so I can go make Dryas. And then I can start sewing, right? Wait, I didn't put Twin in my deck. I forgot to put Twin in my deck. Okay. No Twin? Guys, I don't know what I'm doing. If it's not incredibly obvious. What is this doing again? It's locking me into plants from everything. Extra deck, right? Aha, we won! All I have to do is summon cards. See, guys, it's easy. Just like the littlest game with no bird calls. Dude, Alright, let's put the Twin in. And well, let's just finish this this event, hopefully. Red to pick up Yu-Gi-Oh again after 9 years. To get myself a voiceless Dogmatica deck. But the cards are on the way. How'd you go over learning the deck? Gotta go to locals and play. Gotta try. It's been a while, so you have to get used to the current climate of Yu-Gi-Oh before anything else. Okay, we drew Petal, Princess Mudan, Rika. That's pretty good, right? I think this is a good hand. I think. Xtrav. What plays Xtrav? Vanquish Soul? think it's Vanquish Soul or Kashtira, I guess. Kashtira, okay. We have to wait our turn, I guess. We have talents though, so it shouldn't be that bad. Summon what? You just normal summon Scareclaw Cash? Is that really the best way for them to combo? I doubt it. Fenrir. Lost Rose Whip, sure. What? Nice. Good one. Set 3 cards. Loci. Ogre. Okay. Let's summon Princess. See if he goes Fenrir. Just Ogre. Okay. Hit another zone. Sure, sure, sure. Take control. Imperm. Okay. Wish I had a Zeus in this deck. In phase 2. So, what's the best way of clearing this? Are any of these semi-generic? 2 monsters, including a planet. Okay, this one is. So I have a way to clear it. Okay, so it's got Con. And then I can set up that. All right, set from deck. I'm gonna put the sheet here so I just don't make a mistake earlier. Okay. Normal summon this. May as well dispel out of my deck. Sewing. Okay. Special. What's the best way to do this? Special summon one low card from your graveyard. Is Bang Glance either turn? Da-da-da. I bounce this. What are the arrows? Okay, I mean that works, right? So let's do this, link this away. Then go melee. Vector revive loci. Just thinking here. Call by. Call by on loci. Okay, it's annoying. Wait, what do they hit? They hit Dryas? Wait, why they hit Dryas? I don't know. Link. Target this. Wait. And if you did take damage... Wait, this can't out a 0 attack monster? Today I learned. I don't want to use a spell though. Dark hole. I don't have a sewing in my grave. Wow, I'm just dead. Okay, well today I learned. I learned the Ben Glancer is not as good as I thought it was. That doesn't help me. Hello, Farfa. How you doing? Made the same mistake yesterday. Well, Yep. So you saw me doing it and didn't want to help me. You just let me make the mistake. Bro, I should have just played Unchained still. I don't know what I'm doing with this deck. Extravagance again. Is this just gonna be another fucking Kashtira player? Like, is it literally just my destiny to lose rolls to Kashtira? I have to play against the fucking Arise Heart? Dude, cancer. All cancer. I should have just kept playing Unchained. Most inconsistent deck in the world. And they always have Extrav into combo. Life's not fucking fair, man. It really is not fair. Goblins tier 1 this event. I'm playing this because the sub asked me to, and now I'm regretting it because usually I only do 1 game and I've played it for 3 now. I am not playing this deck afterwards. Nice. I should play Zeus, man. Scareclaw Cash? Okay. Suck up like Synchro. Or should they suck up like Entis here or some shit? Another Rise Heart? Okay. Do do dun dun do. All right, this should be done finally. Imperm? Okay. That's fine. All right, let's go into the combos. All right, just don't imperm zone this and I'm good. Target Loci and Rise Effect. Summon out healer. Big Bang. Annoying. I don't know. I'm supposed to keep. This gets popped anyways, though. Mood on. Yes. Wait, what's the alternative? I can send it to the grave. Okay. I don't have sheet though left, so can we go glamour? I don't know if it's better or not, but we cannot add. Oh, I thought I could add something else. It's fine. Social summon, send. On fire, I guess. Back to add. They have Scare Claw Cash in hand. They have Gamma in hand. That's fucked. Guess I should have put Petal and Grave and play around that. I already have Petal and Grave. Okay, I guess. Have you tried Pokemon Pocket? I have not. I have no real intention to, though. I don't get anything prep because they get back a Rise right that way. Fuck. Dude, how do they never draw bad in this deck? Couldn't just draw a dead card there. I drew Birth. We are so cooked. I don't think we're so cooked just yet, but not great. Wow. Yeah, now we're dead. Alright, fuck this. I'm just bowling Unchained and I want to be done with this event in 5 seconds. Instead of this stupid Ricka deck. Unchained. I feel like I've built this deck 4 times on stream already. Tour guide. Rhino. Prosperity. Purple tactics. Change heart. Storm. One of them missing. Did I forget Requiem? I have 2 of these instead of Requiem. Nice. Goddess. Typhon. Unicorn. Zeus and Muckraker, right? Yeah. All right. It's over with fast. $40 cards. It's not a great hand, but it plays. Okay, I guess that's all I had to do. That was anticlimactic. I don't have a built on chain deck because I've been building stuff that subs ask me to build and I have to keep deleting decks, so I have a hodgepodge of nonsense builds. Yeah, I know, but I didn't think I'd keep building Unchained. And at this point, it's fucking done, so it doesn't matter. But, like, I have so much random shit built for you guys. If I don't know, should I buy more deck slots? I don't know. If those can get deleted, delete stun. Like, at the very least, I don't think I need Flame Swordsman anymore. I need an AI deck. I'll keep the rest for now. I don't want to spend money on deck slots, though. It's such a waste. Like, I can't imagine it's actually worth it. Like, just like 25 decks. I bought 1 extra slot, and I'm like, that felt gross. I never want to do that again. All right, guys. We're done with the event, which means we can go on to reacts. So let's switch it up. Okay, so we got 2 react contents that we can kind of do right now. We've got the MBT and the 2017 react. Greatest deck of all time. Curious what nonsense delusional takes people have. I think we can do this short MBT one first, probably. Other than that, we gotta react as well. Lahugio react. You say yes. Hello. We are planning to do the reactception today. It's really bad, but the more bad it is, the more fun it is. So I think the 10-minute one is probably the one to start off with. Fucking 3 hours. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, let's do this one now. Now as usual, let's start off with the giving credit where it's due. MBT is the original post for this video, so let's throw that into the chat there. Make sure you guys go like and subscribe. Wait, did I like it? I didn't like it. Give him your comment as well. Josh watched at 1x speed this time. I will not be doing that. 3 hours is fucking long because I'll also have to pause it. Original's 1.5 hours. Crazy. Okay, I think that's psycho. You're not going to do anything after watching the recap. Yeah, the recap will end it off. All right. So let's hear the greatest deck Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks of all times. I imagine this is one of MBT's Twitter thread shits. So I'm expecting some bad takes, but let's see. Let me know how the audio is on the YouTube side if it needs to increase anything, guys.
Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka
Chromacopia.
And it is time for us to finally hash out one of the most important questions in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Which of Yu-Gi-Oh's most powerful decks are good, and which are fraudulent? Today I'm trying to have a very...
So generally the rule of thumb will always be the newest deck is the best deck, as power creep usually just dictates that, even if stuff's banned. However, obviously, like, there are exceptions. Tier is recent enough and powerful enough that it is still, I think, without a doubt, the strongest deck of all time. I think in due time that will change somehow, but for now, I think Tier is non-negotiable best deck around. Even without, like he said, okay, so what's the criteria here? What is the greatest deck of all time? Current card pool, everything legal. And he starts with Tier Shizu. I mean, that's true, right? You don't need to add much to the card pool. A lot of old decks get way worse when new hand traps, whatever, get released. For example, Goki kind of just has no way to cope with Nibiru. So, I mean, you'd have to change your deck. But at that point, is it even Goki? I mean, sure. That becomes weird. It's not really comparing history anymore. It's comparing, it's just comparing a limited format. So I think this is a little bit. I don't know if I'd frame the question in this fashion, because if the topic is supposed to be Yu-Gi-Oh! History, this kind of feels like more of an unlimited format discussion, because like you can probably make some slop that's pretty solid that mixes the cards from every era, like some Helka Fibrax, Toolbox, FTK Floodgate type crap. But Tier is still broken. Dragon Link, I don't think it's Dragon Link. Dragon Link is fine. But let's see what people have to say.
Very important discussion, and that discussion is, who is the GOAT? What is the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck of all time? Of course, we will need to necessarily remove the #1 contender from the equation. Unless we refuse to consider Tier Limit to Shizu, they will wipe everything. Every no-band list tournament is destroyed by these fuckers. They can stand up to anything any format throws at them, because not only do they have extremely powerful setup combos, they also have hand traps to counter the very few things that beat them. And at full power...
People forget how broken using orange light or green light is with the millers or shufflers. Everyone always says Exodia in these, by the way. And if someone says Exodia, imagine you go activate Pot of Greed and your opponent goes, I'll activate green light, discarding Miller, and the Miller hits your Exodia pieces. You just cry and concede on the spot. Did Tier win Worlds? TCG? No, because it was not legal by the time Worlds came around. It won Mashal 2 years in a row, though, as one of the 6 decks, but it's less impressive considering there's 6 decks. It was the best deck last year, though, for Worlds, for sure, for Mashal. Fire King was better this year, though.
There's almost nothing that can stand up to these cards. Tier Limit aside, who's the top dog?
Okay, so if I had to have an opinion on this. So, plays going second, plays through hand traps well. So it probably needs to be able to play hand traps to keep up in this type of format, right? Because breakers know where they cut it. It has to be consistent. I feel like... So, okay, this is unlimited, right? So if we're speaking unlimited, it's probably a deck that doesn't exist. It's probably just some deck playing all the broken Link monsters. Like literally some like Helka Fibrax deck. Helka Fibrax. Like maybe it's something with Snake Eyes, like McPro said. Because you can do like original to Jet Synchron maybe and go into Hulk and some bullshit. But I think you want to be able to use all the broken Link cards. So Dragon Link. Okay, Dragon Link starters just aren't that good though. Like, y'all are coping if you think normal summon Tracer's a good play. Like, it is acceptable, but it's not good. If you think that shit comes remotely close to normal summoning a Snake Eyes Ash, you're high. Even like normal summoning Glow Up Bulb is just better, right? Like, so yeah, I don't know. Equivalent legal is infinite searches. It's not about end board pieces though. Okay, Eclipse River, normal summon Eclipse River. What the fuck does that do? You can't build a deck around multi-card combos in a format where you need as many hand traps. That is the single big reason why Pure Snake Eyes was good in February, opposed to Fire King. It's not about the Crazy's end board. It's about enough to win the game while having the most consistency, ability to play through disruptions, and hand traps. Normal Summoning Eclipse River really does not do anything. Y'all are crazy if you think it does literally anything. You need to pair it with other cards. And even if you pair it with unless you pair it with a black or white dragon, a Bistral doesn't do anything either. What do you add off it? Chaos Emperor? It's not actually getting you into good plays. These plays are weak to hand traps, they're weak to the Floodgate hand traps, and they require a bunch of bricks in your deck. Fenrir into Riseheart make what's it called? That doesn't work because Riseheart, oh, it's bad because Riseheart's gonna lock you out of Exceed unless you come in your normal summon. And if you come in your normal summon, it's kind of shit. Normal Pet in the Dark Clown. That dismisses timing. That does literally nothing. D-Link versus Charmy. There's so many problems with that, right? Like, because you have to think, in the real world, you give us also a side deck, right? That matters as well. So, Lancia, Droll, Mole Charmies, Maxi, all cards you need to be able to handle yourself against. Like, unironically, Exodia is probably better at that than Dragon Link is. Because it's not interacting with board interruptions, only negations, which will exist. And then your hand traps only really matter are Ash-ish and then Droll, right? You haven't seen enough of full power Dragon Link. It literally only dies to Tier or Floodgate. All right, I mean, I don't mean to mean like an arrogant son of a bitch, but I refuse to believe that an unlimited format is solved because people don't play it. The small community of players I struggle to believe have really found the answer to the format. Like, I don't want to sound cocky like that, but there is no way Dragon Link's the second best deck. I do not understand how that could possibly be true. Because the argument I was given was Eclipse Wyvern. Who cares? Literally, who cares? I love that deck. I've played that card. But that doesn't make sense. That's not real. Anyways, I'd imagine using Floodgate cards is the best way to do things. I don't know. Unlimited Dragon Link with LP, Agripane, and I mean, still just more co-op. You can play Dragon Link cards in other decks, right? Like you could play, because D-Link plays 15 Bestials. Okay, but this is the whole problem when you do these speculation formats, right? Are we just including tier or not including tier? Bestials are literally dog shit unless you're playing versus tier. The only reason to play Dragon Link is because you want to play Bestials, and therefore you're playing a 4 tier. And if I'm playing around tier, I'm just playing tier. Right? Like you can't. The entire ecosystem of a format changes if you remove something. So it's kind of like a weird statement. At that point, Dragon Link is not the second best limited deck. It is the best anti-meta deck. That I will stand on board with, because you know what? That's fine. I think that's a reasonable take. And it may not seem like your stereotypical anti-meta deck, but that's what necessitates anti-meta, a deck that counters the meta deck. And tier is the meta. I am the meta now. Yeah, I mean, like, the Bestials are there as a coping mechanism for it. But if you're making that argument, that entirely changes like what the discussion is, right? Because the discussion, and that's why I don't like these type of really absurd hypotheticals, because the parameters in people's heads are often different, and that skews the conversations. But also, like, it gets a bit silly when you dismiss stuff. So I guess, like, it's just not a catchy title if he says what's the second best deck. The second best deck, the entire format shifts. I think the format has to deal with tier. And I'm not sure if Dragon Link is the best against it, but I imagine it's probably fine. I wonder if Flu honestly holds its own as well, although it probably is weak to a lot of cards. Is a shifted deck not better though, like Cash? It could be. That's what I'm saying. I can't tell you with certainty that Dragon Link is the best anti-meta deck, but I can see why it has valid options anti-meta. And if you go first for other decks, your deck is still fine. Dragon Link is good. People who fixate too much on synergy, like Eclipse Sovereign, are kind of being ridiculous. It's not that good of an effect to like really abuse. Pardon me. LP and Agripane are great. They let you make big fields with little commitment. But you need to slim down on bricks. And you probably just play like a very small package of dragons. It's just like a lot of Bishops. They also get to Rhymeless, which gets to your combo. And then a couple of one of dragons to necessitate like a solid end field. Like if you can end on like Savage, Seal, Hot Red, that's probably good enough most of the time. You're backing it up with other cards like Bishops and hand traps. And Cash Tier probably is just a fine option as well. Cash Tier with a bunch of fucking broken hand traps. And then make a Rise Heart. And maybe we beat to Breakers Throw. Like that deck is just easy to side against is the problem. So if it ever becomes a deck in the meta, we'll call it, then you get shit on by a lot of cards. And the deck's not flexible enough to make better end fields typically. Though I don't know if Dragon Link would still be the second best, but I do think that your argument may work there. But yeah, I mean, an unlimited Dragon Link ends on 3 Omnis among other things. I'm telling people though that they shouldn't be doing that. You don't need to end on crazy combos. Like if it costs you more bricks in your deck, that's just not the way to approach deck building. But yeah, anyways, let's actually watch the video because this became a discussion, an argument amongst my chat, not the actual video.
Let's see what you all came up with. Farfa says, okay, hear me out. Other than the obvious first place, I think anti-meta full power Zoo with like 30 hand traps would cook. We ran a trad format tournament years ago pre-Tierlament and this won. It's insane how hard Shifter or Droll carry against everything. I think this is probably the right response. Zodiac is such a small inclusion in these lists and can win off so few cards.
Zoo. So I mean, Zoo's probably fine as well as anti-meta, but I don't know if this is strong enough. So the biggest thing with the Zoo in Unlimited versus non-limited is people forget that with the Broad Bull and Fusion Sub existing, that so it's no longer slow, right? Because in TCG formats we play Zoo, and if they shift to you, they can't kill you, and it's not threatening. Zoo with Norden and stuff can actually apply a lot of pressure really fast. I don't know how good that is in hand traps though. I mean, you can always end on Drident, but Drident itself is not a great interrupt, so I don't know. There's just better things. Yeah, I don't know. Zoo isn't that great. I have to imagine your tier matchup is straight up unplayable. It's Shifter, and then so okay, you can't OTK the one to Shifter, right? Because the whole OTKing you have to do needs your graveyard. So your tier matchup is probably just unplayable then, right? Yeah, that's the biggest problem.
That just making a Drident and the basic Zodiac setup combo and then stuffing the rest of the deck packed to the gills full of cards that just...
I mean, Drident doesn't cut it. You have to be doing the Fusion Sub stuff to really be broken.
The turn like Nibiru and Droll and the Charmies and Shifter would probably wipe the floor with all of the FTKs that would be populating a non-ban list format. Of course, Tierlament could just Herald of Orange Light the Shifter, but aside from Tierlament,
no, I mean Tier just goes pass. On the next turn you die.
Dyer says probably Pendslop. If Pendulum wasn't a dangerous threat at full power, why
requires
else
so
would
many
Yu-Gi-Oh!
engine
TCG
cards
make the
to be
decision to keep
playable?
Electromite banned? Okay, never mind. I thought she was being real, but it's...
Because this deck's combo is just incredibly powerful. Now, still, in Match Duel, we see it in formats where... Or even in other formats. I've fucking played the Duel Scope enough. Where if you watch me play the Duel Scope versus these fucking Pendulum decks that extra link you with 4 Omni negates, like, you still just lose when you go second with those decks. Those decks cannot play going second. And their non-engine spots are restricted to like 12 max, so you can't cope with these decks going second.
It's just another whining post about this card. CJ says, if we are to presume the deck should be rated by the time of their release and not overall power, then this is mathematically...
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like when the discussion itself is not super clear, right? You get random bullshit, like, yeah, obviously. This is mathematically the strongest deck of all time, and maybe the only actual solve format. Okay, I mean, this person just wanted to say something.
The strongest deck of all time, and maybe the only actually solved format. Well, I'm not presuming that. Look, it's right here. Current card pool, everything legal. Why would you presume that? I've given you one piece of information and you ignored it. Did you want me to say zoo? Yes. Everything is legal, reaches over to the table and fucking gets you. It's now legal. I wish says Pendulum FTK. Surely Lyralist Independent Nightingale isn't a lower than level 6 fusion, which means of course you can summon it off of Magical Scientist. And surely there isn't a Dark Pendulum fusion lower than level 6, like Patiskiel Couverture. And surely there isn't a good thing you can make with Dark Fusion Pendulums. Wow, I really appreciate that even in the year of our Lord 2024, Magical Scientist is an FTK. I mean, even more efficiently than it was in the past. Now you don't even need...
That's funny. I mean, like, so yeah, think about it. Like, if there's 3 of this legal, right? You just play, like, how many ways are there to search this card? A bunch of ways to search this card, and then a bunch of hand traps. Like, is that ever functional? Like, is that good enough? I don't know. It's a card may be too hard to search, but yeah. This might not even be in the top 100 best things in Unlim. 1 for 1, Last Will, Revive Off Celine, Gate Reasoning. You can't play Gate Reasoning because you have to play hand traps. I mean, Scientist is not a broken... I mean, okay, it is broken. I don't know if it's the literal best thing, but it's probably fine-ish. Painful choice for 3 of them and 2 Monster Reborns. That sounds pretty bad. I mean, you can probably make shit like this work, but yeah, I don't know. Do you play Scientist in tier? Probably not.
The Catapult Turtle. Everything legal? Exodia FTK for sure, no? Literally 100% consistent and unrespondable unless they have what? Droll? Well, I gotta tell you, Farfa's idea is sounding better and better. And more importantly, this does nothing against tier element either, because if they go Havnus Miligido and they send a couple of pieces, you just die. Also, there's this fucked up thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! That I keep running into. Let me know if anyone else has had this experience. Apparently in half of your games, you have to go second? Just open it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, right? Like, you're gonna play into Omni Negates, you get FTK'd.
Says, I want to say Pepe. If it gets the master rule that didn't annihilate the penned mechanic, specifically the OCG's list. Yeah, this is close. 2 Shockmasters.
No, it is not close, actually.
Does kind of win the game on its own. The problem is there are hand traps, and also...
The problem is non-engine. It's always non-engine. Shockmaster's face? What are you talking? Oh! I've never seen that before. That's cool. Is it cool? It looks weird. Kind of looks like the head of something else as well. It's like the head of his dick and the head of his head. You know, the face of his head. I don't know, whatever. I should stop talking. You wish you lived in the guy's world where you just get to go first? Yeah. Talkmaster's a freak. Oh, you know he does freaky shit with that. He be sticking it in all them things. Zooming in doesn't do any Shockmaster's favors. Maybe he likes it.
So, 2 Shockmasters doesn't always win the game. I can see the argument for this deck. Insane space for non-engine, a ridiculous amount of 1-card starters, and an insanely high ceiling with Beatrice plus Fiendsmith. I think this is...
What is he doing? He's like he's trying to think of his answer on the spot. Fucking out with it.
A pretty good answer, I'm gonna be honest.
He really struggled. He really struggled to get that one out. I think snakes are probably a solid answer. Yeah, I mean, those cards are fucking crazy.
I think it is comparable to Zodiac insofar as it is a deck in which you would play like a ton of non-engine. The only difference between this and Zodiac is it wouldn't play Shifter. I don't know if that's the difference between it being the second best deck and not, but when the big baddie on the block is Tier, I do have to think it might matter. Truth Nuke, Truth Apocalypse, Truth 3 Mile Island Incident, Truth Chernobyl. The only downside is if it has to play against Runic Furhire. Whatever
What the hell
my
did this?
opponent is
Well, can anybody explain what that just was? Can anybody just tell me what that was?
playing at any
It's
given
Gage's
time.
Saga deck.
True!
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
Dragon Link is up there for sure. It is kind of crazy because we never got to see Dragon Link with everything legal at once. Like, what would they be doing now that they have the tools that they do with the new Red Eyes stuff and Agripin?
The Red Eyes stuff. That's what you said. The Red Eyes stuff. Bro, the Red Eyes cards are not going to be in this deck. There's no fucking way you guys play Red Eyes cards in your deck. Except for perhaps Black Metal and Red MD, which have existed for years. He's talking with the full fucking Metamorph deck. The Red Eyes Metamorph, right?
Who knows?
That's
Eclipse
not the
Wyvern did
fucking
nothing
tip
wrong.
in the scale
I
card.
will say Eclipse Wyvern, I think, is the #1 card on the list that can never come off under any circumstances.
Excuse me, what?
That
Eclipse. Okay, what is this obsession with Eclipse Wyvern? I love this card. That card is crazy. It is nowhere near the #1 card that cannot come off the list. I'm sorry. There are way more broken shit. If you think Magical Scientist is a less abusable card than Eclipse Wyvern, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry. Like, that's insane. Eclipse Wyvern should not come back, but there is some crazy fucking cards. Eclipse Wyvern is like saying it's the best card of all time if there's no way it can come back. But no, there is definitely worse stuff.
That's crazy, right? Because it seems like there's a lot more powerful stuff on there. But no, Eclipse Wyvern is the most frustrating thing that exists there. Tier 0 format. I think you mean Tier Stina 0 format.
Yeah. Why did I see my name there?
Okay. Gonna put in some boring ones.
Panda FTK was a deck that gave Jesse Cotton easy mode. Why did I get mentioned by Panda FTK? I played that deck for a few months because it was the literal best deck, and I didn't even win with it. I literally lost in top 8 or worse every time.
Okay. Gonna put in some boring ones. Kashtira and Flu have the teeth to fight for second place since they are the epitome of anti-meta. Flu combination
It's not the word, but okay.
of Shifter Statue and Kashtira a deck build to counter Tearlament. Also both more consistent and play through Scythe and D-Barrier. I could see these. The thing that stops me from saying Flu is that it is pretty weak to single target negation and it has a droll problem. And Cash is just not a good deck. Like, it has to be Gumblar Goki with extra hand rip spells, right?
No, fuck no.
Okay.
No way.
I am going to tell you all a hypothetical. I want you to consider it. Okay. I go Topologic Gumblar Dragon, right? Your opponent grins. They send Havness Merly.
No, we send the Guido Kelbeck. That's what we send. There we go. And mill 10 cards.
In fact, I will go even further. I have long said this. It shouldn't, because it would be bad for the game. But you could take Delinquent Duo off the ban list. Please don't. I mean, yeah. This is a cool concept. Going back to Exodia, but what if Sangan and Witch worked the way they did during the OCG Last Will Tier 0 Exodia format?
Why?
Where if you activate
Ew.
Last Will and then pop a Sangan, you can summon a Sangan, then pop a Sangan and summon another Sangan. You can use it infinite times. You can only gain the effect once per turn and only summon one per pop. That would probably be a contender. But it feels like it loses not only to a Shizu tier, but also to the decks that are trying to beat a Shizu tier and hit you with like a Droll and a Shifter. I'm honestly not sure what archetype, but I know it's whichever deck can abuse these two the most. You're gonna hate the answer to this one, but it's the one that I posted. Oh! I didn't even think of this!
Wait, what?
Oh,
That
you
sounds
can make this
cancer.
off Beatrice. Wow.
instead of cause a draw over and over again? Who's psycho enough to do that?
I hate to be like this. Wind Up, despite the fact that it can do anything and everything under the sun, isn't good now in Master Duel. They're saying to give Hunter back so they can then hand loop. That's not the difference. That said, I love Wind Up, so the answer is yes. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, I think Mystic Mine would be very popular.
Yeah.
Actually, pretty surprised I had to scroll down this far to see Ad Emancipator. That deck's crazy. You know?
No. Right? You just get hand traps. You don't get to make... Dude, the Calamity Lock is fragile as all fuck. There's no way.
This is a hot take, but I buy this one. It's crazy because Centurion has never been the best deck in its format, and frequently isn't even tiered. But it is without question the deck that plays around the most hand traps.
No. If you've played the deck or played against it, it is frustratingly weak to hand traps. It's a disruption. It's like when Sword Soul say they play well in hand traps and they get Veiler to Moye and pass. You need extenders like every other deck. And unfortunately, you don't have that many extenders. You have enough where that Veiler's not reliably good against it, but you have enough that half the time Veiler will end your turn. Like, and then this deck has the problem of it's not even good against board breakers because you just get board broken and can't resolve Calamity Lock. And if the game plan is to win a grind game with hand traps, it doesn't work when your opponent is playing FTK decks. Like, it works in slow and low powered ceiling formats because you can win a grind game. You are not winning a grind game versus tier. In fact, they are kicking you in the balls 40 times repeatedly. Like, you aren't doing shit.
And if you give it unlimited format, it does have Hot Red Dragon Archfiend King Calamity. I could see it. I've done a complete 180 on this deck, by the way. Like 2 months ago, I was like, this deck is so annoying. I hate it. And now I do respect it. It's like the deck you play if you don't want to play the 4 or 5 annoying ass meta decks. I wish you were right, Matthew McConville. I wish you were right.
This is Cope. This is the Necros Supremacist Cope. Ancient Gear Supremacy, that's even funnier. This is the Necros Supremacist Cope. I love it. They're all delusional. Every Necros player is delusional.
Necros is just ass. It's maybe the worst age.
It wasn't even that good in 2015.
I struggle.
That's obviously not entirely true, but it really was not that good.
To think of a deck that has aged worse and was tier 0. Dad, I think legitimately there is an argument Dad Return is like more relevant than this deck. Like there's some stupid stuff you can do with Return from the different dimension. This is like, it really does not do a lot.
Your best card is Unicorn because it's a skill drain. That is legitimately your best option.
Super bricky. Not if you play the way the pros did in 2006. Allegedly. Yeah, this could do it. Yeah, I think my precious queen could do it. Come on.
I don't get it. Wait, I didn't read that card. It's a dueling skill?
That is super bricky. Not if you play the way the pros did in 2006. Allegedly. Yeah, this could do it.
You can normal someone level 7 insect monsters to 1 less tribute. Once per turn during the end phase, special insect token. Token cannot be tributed except for an insect. 1 insect. This is, wait, why would I do this?
Yeah, I think my precious queen.
I understand this card needs tributes to attack. This was tier 0. This was tier 0. This looks ass.
Could do it. Come on, Joseph. You know what the best deck is in your heart of hearts. Do you know how hard it is to have that regional top under my belt? And it's with Snake Eye in a format where Hero is topping regional events. I've lost my way, man. I've lost my way.
No, you embrace the power of the meta. Good. Embrace your destiny.
I want to say no about Sky Striker, but if you get Ryan Yu piloting it, I think it could happen.
No. Ryan will tell you no. It beats idiots and only idiots. I don't get it. Ryan would tell you if we played me versus Ryan, I'd probably win 85-15 at least that much when we play. Ryan is a crazy player. And you need to be good to play it, But Striker is also a big noob check deck. It's a deck. It's something that like has been more and more apparent nowadays for me. There are just noob check decks where you play versus people you don't know how to play against it, and it has crazy punishes and it fucks them. Sky Striker does that so well. Ubel does that too, to be honest. Ubel's a crazy noob check. If you just play bad versus Ubel, you get effed. He beats all of us. Get better, chat. Idiots.
Something. These types of discussions can be very contentious. It looks like
I fucking hate all of you. All of you suck. You're so bad at the game. He's right.
a bunch of people can't decide if an FTK featuring Exodia or Magical Scientist, or a deck like Zodiac loaded up on hand traps, is the other competitor for greatest of all time when compared to a Shizu tier. But we can all agree on one thing. Nekroz is the most fraudulent tier 0 deck in the history of time.
It's pretty bad. Okay, no. So I want to add other contenders to the discussion. Pepe, low-key unplayable. That deck had 2 pushes. It had a very fake luster push, and then it had a pendulum summon. That deck, really not good. It's like really just not good. I don't know how long it legitimately would have had to stay around to be power crept. Zodiac for sure would have power crept. Like, maybe it would have lasted all 2016 is the best deck, but it would not have lasted longer than that. Pepe would get fucking crushed like a bug. Like, it's just not good. It really just isn't good. Pepe's so bad, no one even mentioned it. Someone did, unfortunately. Someone did mention Pepe. Nekroz was worse. I mean, I think they're both fraudulent in that regards. What else is there? No one mentioned Spiral. Funny. I don't think it can keep up probably, but that's a funny one. Is Spiral. Yeah, low key, go second Spiral. Maybe, probably not. Probably doesn't hold its own versus tier. Versus Dragon Link, it probably would. Play a shit ton of hand traps and tough and whatever. Spiral was on the thread, just got skipped. It's probably not good enough, but Spiral's a cool deck. I think it has more flexibility and options and adaptability than the other decks. Spiral is in Master Duel and it's kind of eh. Yeah. Resort of 3. Is everything unhidden in the deck? I guess it is. I think Control Spiral is just better than Combo Spiral though, and that's a different discussion. Just implodes to Maxi? Nope, it does not. Magma target the 7. You guys just aren't listening to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the go first combo. I'm talking about the go second version, the control version. It's just a different deck. It's not even close to the same thing. Pepe was tier 0 because ability to set up the pop and Omni Negate. If you compare it to anything modern, it gets laughed at locals. Yeah, I mean, listen, for its time, it was clearly the best deck. There was no doubt about that it was the best deck of its time. I will not argue that. However, by modern standards, it has many like weak points that would make a deck not meta today. The lack of ability to push, the lack of non-engine, and the board is, the board is fine, but those 2 big things just kind of, or whatever. So like in OCG, what they do is as a thought on your turn with Ptolemios. That alone makes his end board good enough, but I don't know. What does Control Spell even look like where they just do combo? Look up my YCS 2017 London deck list. It's just go second. And there were more versions out there, I guess, that changed it. I'd probably change it from what I played as well, but the point is you go second, you hand trap them, and then Spiral cards are really good going second because of Resort where they can't target you. All right, guys. I'll remind you to make sure you like and subscribe to MBT and his video here. Tough is the GOAT. I'm going to grab a water real quick before we get into a longer react. BRB. Okay, I have returned. Before I continue, guys, so I have been live for about an hour 45, almost 2 hours. We've gotten 1 sub the entire time, 1 sub. So all I love that I've been here all 5 days this week, and I want to give you guys content. We got to do better than that. Use your primes, guys. Supporting the channel is a big difference because I will not stream as much as I have been if we can't get the support. It does not make sense for me to do that. So come on, I'm sure we got at least somebody here who is willing to use their primes. Mistake Jen, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Not even a prime. Let's go. Neo, let's give out 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm a mere small streamer, unlike Josh and Farfa. I cannot get the numbers they can. I will try build it, but yeah, I'm still trying to grow. Growth the last few months has not been great. I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh has been in a bad spot, not gonna lie. My numbers have been down overall, and I think it's not just me. Yu-Gi-Oh attendance seems to be down, and I think the game's actually kind of struggling, which is very depressing. Anyways, let's. Yeah, Master Duel is bad due to being Senpai format, and Dueling Book is unplayable, so that doesn't help. What did I just click on? Watching videos with. What? What happened? You interested to see baloney numbers? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I don't know what has happened. I'm not doing well. How have I watched this? I've been on stream the entire time 1 hour ago. It says I've watched this? Is someone on my account? I wonder what this is about, but I'm more concerned that it says I've watched this and I've been streaming the entire time since it's been out. So I must wonder what happened. And I hope my account isn't compromised. It autoplayed somewhere? Where? Unless it autoplayed when I went to get a water. But you guys would have seen that, right? Anyways, all right, so next up we've got a fun one.
Chill time together.
Let's gonna put this on 1.25 for now. And okay. 3 fucking hour video. But anyways, we gotta react. Reactception as we call it. Let me just make sure I can set this up properly. And pretty much what we're doing is we're going to react to Josh reacting to somebody else. So I'm going to throw ourselves up over there and make us a little bigger. So we match him. And the idea is Josh is reacting to the 2017 recap by the Law YGO. And then I react to that. So you'll get a bit of a blast from the past, as well as Josh's opinions, and then my own as well. Now, before we start, I just wanted to get the things lined up. I'm going to give you guys the links to the original video, the Joshua Schmidt video, as well as the channel for everybody. Make sure you guys are subscribed to all the creators involved in this.
The Arc 5 era was nearing its climax. Over the
that's the channel. Here is the laws. I'm going to play this off in the background. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. And then, yeah, make sure you guys give all the credits where it's due first, because with all the React content, we are, even if we're giving our own opinions on top and trying to be transformative, we still want to make sure we are respecting everyone else and giving them their due, if you will. Why don't you do a joint reaction to the next one? It'd be very cool. I think people like the reactception. If Josh wanted to do a split one, I mean, we could. I posted the same link twice. I did. Which one did I link? I shared twice. Did I not share this one? And then did I not share this either? I don't know. Issue with collabing with Josh is we don't stream at the same time. So if he streams, then I don't get to stream to my viewers, and I obviously want to stream to my viewers. And also vice versa. If we do the other way around, then he doesn't get to stream to his viewers. So it would kind of be one person giving up their monetization. Well, I can't imagine either of us really wants to do that. And this way we still get the best of both worlds. I'll leech a little bit. Okay, I figured let's get started though, because this will be kind of long. 2017. So before we begin, 2017 React. The recap 2017. So 2017 is a big year for Yu-Gi-Oh! For me, it's a huge one. And it's not just historically in the game. So with these games, and at least for myself, and I'm not sure this is a sentiment that's shared among others, but when you grow up with something, and in this case it's Yu-Gi-Oh! For me, you can see yourself kind of grow up and evolve in a timeline with the game. So for Yu-Gi-Oh's sake, right, like I have many landmarks in my life, and those landmarks correspond with events in Yu-Gi-Oh! 2017 was big because this is the year I graduated high school, where I went to university, and I became old enough to start traveling. So before this point in time, and for the first start of the year, there is no traveling for me. I'd pretty much go to events that I could drive to occasionally, and then the Toronto events. So I'd been to events, but I hadn't been to that many. This is when I was able to travel by my own, go to foreign places, and I can provide you guys some more personal and cool stories from events from this point onwards. Until then, I was very much still a child. This is where I feel like I just transitioned to more of an adult, even if it is only 17, 18 at this point in my life. I become more independent. So it's big for me in that regards. As for Yu-Gi-Oh's change as well, it has changed in 2017. Obviously, we got Zodiac and Spiral, which were two separate Tier 0 formats that rapidly sped up the game, and we got links. So the game was very different here onwards. Although you could argue the game did speed up progressively from before. 2016 was also pretty fast. I don't know if I'd call 2017 the huge shift. I think it's hard to denote exactly when there was a giant shift. 2017 could be it, but I think Spiral, if anything, could be worse, which is also 2017. But anyways, yeah, let's get started before we're stuck here forever.
Together, because there's a new recap that came out almost 2 weeks ago. It's honestly criminal how long we waited. But the 2017 Yu-Gi-Oh! Recap is here. Get your blankets, everybody. Hold up. Let me get the thingy set up. We're gonna drop the link to the video in chat. There it is. We're gonna pin it.
It's just there again,
so that people can go subscribe. Gonna do this. All right, close that. 2017 Yu-Gi-Oh! Recap. All right, now let me think before we hop in where we even left off. End of 2016.
End of 2016 would have been. End of 2016 would have been like the weird like kind of flux between Zodiac coming out. So it's like DDD-ish. No, DDD started 2017 maybe, but you have like Paleo, Metalfo, ABC are the three decks, but honestly, Paleo was definitely the best deck, and it was not close. Josh moved. Oh, fuck, he did move. I have to move myself now. Damn it, Josh. Gotta hunt you down. Why? He made his thing smaller as well. There we go. Wait. Wait, no. There we go. I need to get better scene overlays for this stuff, to be honest. He's gonna move again halfway through. Nice. I'll have to chase him down. All right.
End of 2016. Where are we? We are in... So 2015 Necros, then we have Pendulum. Good amount of Pendulum, probably. Right? Paleo, yeah. Oh, yeah. Paleo, Metal Foes, ABC, YCS Bochum. Okay, now I'm back. Okay, now I got it. All right. That's where we are. We are
One thing that's always funny with this is, although Josh and I will have a lot of similar experiences throughout all this, and they'll start overlapping more and more as I now can give my own opinions from events. One thing that's different is our minds and sort of how we rationalize the surrounding events are different from he's Eurocentric and I'm American-centric, right? My landmark events are American events. I remember the stuff that I went to, the stuff that took place in my area. Well, he obviously remembers, he says Bochum. Like for him, obviously it's Europe, which is just funny. Because like obviously we have very similar like experiences to this stuff, but from that mentality, it's different.
ABC, Paleo, Melfos. All right, okay. I got it.
When we last left off, the Arc 5 era was nearing its climax. Over the course of 2016, we had seen the rapid rise and fall of a Tier 0 mega threat in Pepe, a surprisingly diverse and interesting metagame through the World Championship qualifier season, and a recent shakeup into more options with the advent of Metalfoes,
2016
ABC,
was a pretty
and
good year.
Paleozoic. As we entered 2017, Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole was on the move in a couple of other ways outside of the standard TCG output. Starting the year off on January 11th, Konami would hold the worldwide release for their new mobile game adaptation of the TCG, Duel Links, which brought with
Wait,
it...
was this?
Duel Links came out.
It's funny, the same thing. No, this makes sense though. I remember actually playing Duel Links at Worlds that year. Not like playing in the section, but like I remember they had a Worlds for Duel Links, and I had it on my mobile phone. I remember talking to some Konami employees about it. Such an expensive game.
In 2017?
I thought it was a bit
almost
earlier though.
8
to be
years
honest.
ago.
Like,
Yo, okay.
the advent of the speed duel format, using 3 zones each for monsters and spell traps, as well as a 20
Maybe
to
I
30
should not be
card
watching
deck.
these. They
The
make
early
me
days
feel
of this new
old every
format for the
time.
game is actually extremely intriguing, and if you want to learn more about it, I'll direct you to the first video I ever uploaded here covering the first year of the game's metagame development. But as for the impact on the TCG, the wider
Red
appeal of
Eye
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Zombies. I remember that. That shit was cancer.
Early Duel Links meta wasn't early Duel Links meta just summoning dinosaur vanillas with 1600 attack and getting the field spell that made them 1900? That's how I remember it.
Wonder Balloons. Who remembers Wonder Balloons? Anybody here? I mean, it's crazy. That's like old, but like, I mean, for Duel Links era, it's old. But for us, like, we've been talking about recaps from way before this in Yu-Gi-Oh!
On mobile actually would do a decent amount for bringing in older fans to the game once again, coupled with the English release of the Dark Side of Dimensions movie.
Bro, anyone remember? I'm gonna drop a card name right now, and you will all become aware if you've ever played Duel Links during that time. But who remembers Wall of Disruption, dude?
That card is crazy. When did I use that? I used that recently. I'm trying. Oh, it was the video with MBT. We did like a draft thing, the dungeon dice monsters that he I think that's what it's called, that we played. And I had that card. That card is nice. I learned about it from Duel Links. That card is good. Like, it's really not that bad. It's way later though. It is later. Yeah. I mean, okay, it's not way later. But it was later than the original set release. Yeah.
That card gives me nightmares sometimes.
Which
It's
was
just Mirror
coupled with
Force,
the
really.
re-release of the movie pack from last year, now in gold rarity. YCS Sydney would be held the same weekend as the DSOD release on January 14th.
This is one
And from it,
Yahweh
we'd
one.
see
I think it's one my friend Yahweh one. I think.
that in-all format was still in full swing, with Metalfoes taking up the top spot in representation, as well as first place piloted by Michael
Never mind. It's not. Which was Yahweh's one? Was it 2016? I don't remember.
Duke. But there were many other decks filling the format besides Metalfoe. ABC was continuing to be a fan favorite, taking
You want
7 of the
Pepe?
top
Oh, I'm
30
misremembering,
here,
okay.
still promoting its rank 4 into Dragon Buster game plan, and it
I
still
hate
remained an
ABC.
effective strategy. There were
ABC is a pretty boring deck. I agree with Josh there. I don't like hate it, but I don't like it. It is definitely my least favorite out of the 3 decks, like Metalfoe, Paleo, ABC. But I don't think I ever had a disdain for it, like compared to decks like Cleaford or Ritual Beast. This is like the exception events, the Sydney here, because then we get into real events that aren't aren't this relic of the old format.
were also a couple more odd inclusions, such as Abyss Actor lines and Metalfoes, using Wild Hope as a pop target
I
to search
remember that.
Sassy Rookie, Blue Eyes, now using Fabled Catsith as a search target for Sage to pull more value out of Twin Twister and Melody, and Fire King Cosmo popping back up here with the inclusion of
Terrible,
Fire King
terrible
Yaksha
deck.
for the ship pops.
I hate this
Following
deck.
this would be the release of the new Shonen Jump promo, being Odd Eyes Persona Dragon, being another
Terrible.
decent Odd Eyes low scale to use with Sky Iris. With all of the preamble out of the way, all eyes turned to the first structure deck release of the year, and given how it had been delayed time and time again,
So this is when ARGs were still not completely gone. I don't know if they get mentioned here at all because they're kind of they're unofficial tournaments and they were relics of the past. But people hyped up DDD a little bit for ARGs. I never really liked this deck. I never really paid attention to it because we all knew it was going to come obsolete relatively fast, but that was funny.
Finally seeing it come out would be a boon to a strategy that's been in the fridges
Jeff
for
won.
some
I
time now.
don't remember.
Wait, what is this? I don't even recognize this
DDDs.
card. Oh, DDD.
Pendulum Domination. Release date, January 20th, 2017. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies,
Lamia.
DDD. Impact,
Oh, I remember this. I remember even the postponing that he was talking about, right? Because I remember Lamia being such an important card in the OCG for such a long time, and we would always look at it and we were like, when are we getting this card? And it took like so long until we actually got it. And then once we got it, no one actually played it. Like the DDD deck back then, like it wasn't really a thing.
tuner to save the
What was
strategy.
dead in 2
the
weeks?
Pendulum Domination Structure Deck is a weird one to start with, because in the OCG, it actually caused a Tier 1 takeover for the strategy of DDD, and it was set to be released
I
in the
honestly forgot
TCG
that it was
back
Tier
in
1
July
in
of
OCG.
2016. However, to help the TCG schedule coincide better with the release of the Blue Eye support, this was actually the listed response.
Yeah, guys.
Guy said Alistair. Honestly, I thought Invoked came out this year, but Alistair is fucking dog shit. Those cards suck. I really don't like that deck. It is incredibly boring, and it is not good. And people always play it because it's an easy deck. It's so tilting. I actually, oh god, Invoked players are the worst.
We need to postpone Lamia for like half a year because we need Blue Eyes to win Worlds. You don't understand.
The Rise of the True Dragon Structure Deck was moved up the schedule, and Pendulum Domination was bumped back. So with that said, what support did Domination bring to the so far floundering DDD strategy? Dragonbane King Beowulf was a fusion of a DDD and a DD that gives all DDs piercing and can heavy storm the board.
A DDD and a DD.
First King Siegfried.
Okay, now okay, I know there's a lot of Ds already, but why doesn't why if I combine a DDD and a DD, why does it not make a DDD? I'm just asking questions, all right? Because I feel like that should have been. Anyways,
It's a level 8 DD lock synchro that can negate a face-up spell trap until your next standby phase and regains life points for each dark contract you control when destroyed. Savant Copernicus is an Armageddon.
These are
DDs
some
and dark
fucking
contracts
shit
that can
cards.
pop itself in scale to prevent burn from a spell.
Why doesn't it make a
Fortress can
daddy?
special summon itself from hand
The
when you
daddy
take burn
DD?
damage,
Diddy
locking
daddy?
fiends for the turn.
there are DD monsters now. How? Is that the most? Is 4 the most that we have? That's weak shit. They could easily be putting 20 on them. Like embrace it.
His entire name is DDD.
Caesar King Wave Ragnarok Oblivion Caesar King.
Turn and can in scale pop a spell trap and a DD or dark contract you control. Night Howl is a level 3 tuner that on normal can revive a DD, locking you to fiends for the turn, setting
The DDD has we're saying D way too much, and it gets just lost. Like it has to just sound weird, right?
its attack and defense to 0. Lastly, and most importantly, Lamia is a level 1 tuner that can send a dark contract or DD from hand or field to grave to summon herself. Many of these pieces were absolutely critical parts of the DDD line, and with them now available, DDD was one of the most powerful and complicated decks in the metagame. The lines for each possible opening had so many different variations and paths it could go through that the community ended up developing a spreadsheet for every single possible
Is this the first spreadsheet kind of moment in the Yu-Gi-Oh community?
Unfortunately, yes.
opening, which in turn spurred the meme of the deck's complicated nature further. Many honestly expected that with these cards, DD would rapidly rise.
Because I'm trying to think, and I don't really remember any deck before that you would really like approach like this, right? Like I haven't really thought of it like that, but I think DDD might be the first one that you actually just had to spreadsheet out. Like that was how they did it, right? I remember seeing those graphics where it was like, if you start with that card, arrow, do this, then that, like, that's what you end on. And like, that's not something that a lot of other decks had done before that.
The status of best deck in format, but there was a very major complication with that. Because it had been delayed
Don't
for
they call
so
it double
long,
D in the
3
English
weeks
dub? I have
later,
no
with
idea.
no major events in between, we'd received the first core set of the year, and with it would come the identity
Was that
of
Raging
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Tempest?
For almost the
Yep.
entirety of the next
Yeah,
year.
baby.
Is it Raging Tempest?
That grass looks greener.
This time, it's Raging Tempest time. Let's go.
Raging Tempest. Release date, February 10th, 2017. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Zodiac.
Wind Witch. I remember this shit deck. Wind Witch. Wind Witch Invoked was so ass.
Impact, Zodiac. Raging Tempest,
Hey, you can't leave off grass though. Let's be real. You can't leave off grass.
or Rate for short, is probably one of the most infamous sets in the game's history, and it all has to do with its headlining archetype. But for the sake of everything else, we are going to save it for last on the archetype coverage. The Wind Witches were a series of wind spellcasters designed to synergize with each other to synchro climb entire.
But the first time I remember anyone playing Wind Witches is like 2018 with Invoked or something, or maybe at the end
It
of
was this year.
2017.
No, it was like
Did
literally the
anyone
next month.
play these during Zodiac format?
It was bad.
Maybe.
People played. Yes, they did.
I don't remember.
by themselves into a level 7 synchro, and then into an 8 with that 7. Ice Bell could special summon herself if you controlled no monsters, then summon a Wind Witch from your deck, burning the opponent for 500 and locking you to level 5 and up wins from the extra that turn.
I mean, Ice Bell was genuinely a good card, right? But it was the problem The problem
Yeah, like
with
if you
these-
think about it, Ice Spell is kind of a custom card. If it wasn't like locking you into wins and that wasn't so bad, and there were better Wind Witch cards, it'd be insane. But like, think about Wind Witch card quality. This is just like Terra Top. It is kind of crazy.
was that you had to open Ice Spell. If you didn't open Ice Spell, the others they did kind of suck. Like I mean, the level 1 is terrible. The level 4 was also still slow.
Glassbell, on summon, searches a Wind Witch, locking you to wins when you do. Snowbell can summon herself from hand if you control 2 or more winds, and only wins, and makes a synchro made with it unable to be destroyed by card effects. Winterbell is a level 7 synchro that burns the opponent for the level of a Wind Witch engrave times 200, and can summon a monster from hand with a lower level than a Wind Witch you control in the battle phase. These cards formed a self-contained line thanks to Ice Spell, who could summon herself, summon Glassbell out of deck and burn the opponent for 500, then have Glassbell search for Snow, who could then summon herself. From there, Ice and Glass make Winter, who burns the opponent for another 800 thanks to Glass engrave, and they can be synchroed with Snow into Crystal Wing, who now also can't be destroyed by card effects. The primary downside to this line was that it wind locked you, but given time, this wouldn't be an issue in the
Crystal Wing
slightest.
has no legs.
This was
it's so
technically
weird.
not bad against Zodiac, right? Because the Crystal Wing couldn't be popped by Trident, but I still think like the fact that if you didn't open specifically
Whiptail.
the level 3, it wasn't very good.
Ancient Gear would get a new
Overall.
build to support, but
Okay,
a
this is
completely
not
new
worth
direction
mentioning.
for the archetype based on their usage in the
Ancient
Arc 5
Gear
anime
Hunting
as the
Hound.
default
Ooh, Mega
ability.
lol.
Hunting Hound burned for 600 on normal, has the Ancient Gear spell Trap Stun, and can
And time has been called. So time rules were different back then. Time rules only changed in mid 2018, like May 2018, May or June, maybe in June. But at this point, it would have been 5 turns. So it actually wouldn't have worked that way.
fusion summon an Ancient Gear once per turn. Howitzer is a fusion of any 2 Ancient
Oh, I've
Gears,
seen that
is
one.
unaffected by card effects, can burn the opponent for 1,000 on a hard
And
once
there's
per
the
turn,
trap as
and
well,
if
right?
destroyed, floats into any Ancient Gear in deck, ignoring summoning conditions. Chaos Ancient Gear Giant
there's
is a
the-
fusion
yeah,
of any
sorry.
4 Ancient Gears.
they still
is
play this guy
unaffected
to
by
this
spell
day, I
traps,
think.
locks the opponent from using monster effects in the battle phase, can attack all monsters once, and deals piercing. The idea of unrelenting damage from the anime was adapted quite well here, being fair, but it's a far cry from a good strategy when the starting life points are at 8,000 and not 4,000. Still, it did bring some attention towards Ancient Gears as a rogue strategy alongside a structure deck release later this year. Spiral would receive another wave of support in
Ooh, I
Tough,
love Spiral
who becomes
Tough.
Super Agent on field and engrave
Everyone loves Tough. Tough is the GOAT. This guy's fucking great.
and can attempt to pop a card by calling
Spiral
the super
Tough is
passive
by far the coolest Spiral card. You cannot change my mind, and I don't think anyone wants to change my mind because that is objectively true.
the opponent's
Is it the best? Is it the best one? It is sick. I won't like argue that it's one of the best ones. I don't know if it is the best, but it is a fucking based one.
top deck right. Utility Wire, which spins a card to top of deck if you control a Super Agent.
Ass.
and
This card is hella bait.
Recapture, which steals an opponent's monster the
Unplayable.
first time you summon a Spiral each turn, and can banish itself from grave to prevent a Spiral's destruction. While a solid wave, Spiral would continue to see no play as its own standalone deck, though many were picking
The deck needs links. The deck needs links so badly.
up on the idea that Spiral as an engine for another deck could be useful thanks to the vast amounts of advantage the deck can generate off of its smaller pieces. Okay, fine, let's talk about Zoo. Zodiac was a new series of Beast Warriors aimed at cheating the Exceeds mechanic by allowing the user to overlay any Zodiac Exceed onto a single Zodiac monster, with each Exceed able to
This
do that
card
once
is
per
so
turn. The trade-off
crazy.
here was that the Exceeds had no attack and defense on their own, inheriting the stats
It just
from all of
still
their Zodiac
is.
materials, with each main deck monster also giving an effect to a Beast Warrior Exceed
The Spy Gal? Right, Spy Gal's in here as well. Spy Gal was so fucking awful.
their material under. Rapier, Fool,
I will say, we will talk about Zoo more today, of course, but I think the concept's kind of cool. I think the concept is kind of cool. There are individual cards within the concept that
Zoo is just, it's like Sky Striker. It's I think it's been played out. I don't think it's that bad though. I don't hate it. They really printed Snake Eyes Ash 8 years ago. Kinda, yeah. Didn't they recently make new Spiral cards? Yeah, they're not good though. I think it's one a card, I think.
are misdesigned, and we will get to those, but the Zodiac concept is it's a pretty cool deck.
I think Broad
actually
Pool was not
liked
printed
Zodiac
properly.
in 2017. The certain combos were way too powerful because of certain cards being a little too generic.
This deck would have still been tier 0 if Broad Bull did not search anything. It only searched Zodiac cards. It still would have been an insane deck. But the fact that Broad Bull gets anything is kind of fucked. Rapier is also insane, but Broad Bull was not okay.
I'm looking at specifically Broad Bull, and I'm also looking at Ratpier summoning out 2 level 4 bodies for no reason. Like, that was a little much, but the Zodiac concept in itself, I think is pretty cool.
Foolish Burial's a Zodiac on normal, and gives its Exceed the ability to detach to summon another rat from deck.
You like Zodiac so much that you played Paleo? Look, only because I think the concept is cool. And I like it. Doesn't
That's
mean I have to
actually
play it.
funny,
I
yeah.
can also like Zodiac for being able to beat the shit out of it with Paleozoics. All right, calm down.
Bunny Blast recurs a Zodiac when destroyed and lets its Exceed detach to negate a spell that targets it. Whiptail can attach itself to a Beast Warrior Exceed from hand or field and banishes any monster that battles its Exceed. Thoroughblade can discard a Zodiac to draw one and gives its Exceed.
Thoroughblade, coolest main deck Zodiac, no competition. No competition.
No, it's
no different
Whiptail.
takes
I'm
allowed.
sorry, it's Whiptail. These are both sick. Rat is Cancer, but these are both sick. I love Whiptail though. Being able to like, do the shenanigans where you go attack with it. In the battle phase, you attach it because you use it on the field. Being able to utility banish. I think Whiptail was the one that had the coolest like play around and like required you to be very conscious. It was rewarding to use and rewarding to play against properly. And that's like, well, without being broken. And that makes it the coolest one. Thoroughblade is cool, but Whiptail is my man's.
Piercing, and Ram summons a Zodiac from grave when destroyed and lets its Exceed detach.
Actually, Ram's pretty good too. Good too. I
Stop mentioning Whiptail. Boo.
think Thoroughblade's cooler, but Ram's pretty cool.
To negate
Ram
attack
Ram's
that targets
fine.
it. As for the Exceeds, each gains the stats of its Zodiac materials, can overlay onto a
This
single
card should be called Zodiac Zeus.
Zodiac monster once per
This
turn.
card was
and
so
have their
bad
own unique
until
effects
Zeus came
beyond
out.
that. Borbo can attack directly, and if it has 12 material when you do, nukes the opponent's hand and field and swaps to defense mode. Tiger Mortar can detach a Zodiac from grave to any Exceed you control. Broad Bowl can detach to search a Beast Warrior monster that can be normal summoned or set. And
Yeah, all
Dryden
my homies hate Broad Bowl.
can detach on quick effect to pop a card on field.
Dryden's cool.
Lastly, while most of their spell traps were completely irrelevant, Barrage was the exception, being a continuous spell that can pop a card to summon a Zodiac from deck and can attach it.
Oh, this was around the scandal with so at this point in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, one of the biggest card suppliers was a Australian company called Yu-Gi-Oh! Singles, and all the Euro prints of the Zoo cards were just fucking really, really, really warped. And there were so many people that had infractions and got game losses or disqualifications because of these warped barrages. God.
Itself from grave to a Zodiac Exceed if destroyed by a card effect. So where do we begin with Zodiac? I guess we'll start with the Rat. Rat here on its own
That's what I was
represented
about
all
to
sorts
say. Probably start by normal summoning Rat.
of degenerative lines, namely stemming from the basic premise of cycling its effect multiple times to end on at least Trident and a rank 4. Basics there was overlay a Rat into Borbo, into Tiger Mortar,
It is very funny to me how this is considered broken, that one card gives you a Trident and a rank 4. Because if you say that in
This is
2024,
Rizel, but worse.
people will literally make fun of you, right? If you're building a deck around, hey, my normal summon is supposed to be Trident and a Daigusto Emerald turn 1, you're like, all right, well, but you're gonna die every time.
Attach the board to summon Rat, overlay into Broad Bowl, detach to summon Rat, detach to search, overlay the 2 Rats into Emerald to draw 1, and finally overlay the Broad Bowl into Trident, but that was the very basic level of it all. Through all sorts of recursion and kooky lines, a single Rat could cascade into 5+ draw.
Or rather, if that was meta today, it would be considered healthy, I think. Right?
Yeah.
If that's
I
sort
think it was healthy, to be fair. I thought Zoo was not a crazy unhealthy format. The part that did get kind of crazy was the fusion sub, but still, I don't even think it was that bad.
concept would be the go-to at top level competitive play, I'm pretty sure people would be like, yeah, that's perfect, right? That's exactly right. That's how it should be.
And all sorts of advantage on top of that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Trident being able to pop anything on a quick effect was an insanely
God,
good
we're only
effect for what was
17
effectively
minutes
a
in.
generic rank 4 at the time, which put the previous option of Rafflesia in a worse position as you no longer needed a brick to get a quick effect pop off of her. On top of the fact that Trident was usually just the cherry on top. Broad Bowl was, in hindsight, the far more problematic of the Exceed pool because its search effect had such a wide range of targets in
Any Beast Warrior that cannot be normal summoned or set.
addition to being
Crazy.
This thing had no business searching any Beast Warrior. It should have just been a Zodiac monster. As simple as that. And then it would have been fine. That's what people did with it, like 90% of the time anyways. People searched like Whiptail with it, but then they ended up making, like, at some point they discovered other things you could do with it, like Lunalight combos into multiple fusion substitute, like draws or whatever it was. Like, it's just, yeah. Also the fact that this should have not have been the one that needs 2 level 4s. Right? Because
Yeah,
that's
like
the
King of the
thing.
Fair
You
ones
can,
is
like,
fine. Let's make
you
this.
can only summon them with the alternative summoning condition once per turn, but you can.
Is Broad Bowl even that crazy today? Yes, because you go Broad Bowl, you search, and then you make another XYZ, then you make another Broad Bowl, then you search again. So it's pretty much like if you're gonna search 2 monsters is the equivalent.
Heart make them as often as you like, and that's why Broad Bowl was the biggest problem, because it just required 2 level 4s. No one would have cared if, like, this one needed 3 level 4s, almost none of the degenerate stuff would have been possible.
Soft once per turn, meaning if you could get out 2 or more, it was repeatable. Made better by it being the only 2 material Zodiac exceed in the first place, meaning that it was actually likely that you could summon them out multiple times. Whiptail was probably one of the more fair options, but only by comparison, as it gave Trident more fuel for popping cards, in addition to an extra layer of protection by disincentivizing monsters attacking into her by threatening a banish after the fact. Barrage posed a very serious issue though, as through its effect popping itself, you could perform the entire Zodiac line without the use of your normal summon, and with its inclusion, you were technically playing 9 copies of Rat to start lines between 3 Rat, 3 Tenki, and 3 Barrage. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say 9? I meant at least 12. MX Saber Invoker, being one of the earliest exceeds trinkets of the TCG, can summon any level 4 Earth Warrior or Beast Warriors from the deck with any 2 level 3 materials you get where this is going, right? Speedroid Terratop now represents full zoo combo without the normal
All my homies hate Speedway Terratop too.
Being able to access Invoker.
Oh, I was agreeing with everything Josh was saying, and then he said he hates Terratop. Terratop's my fucking goat. Oh, no. Oh, come on, Josh.
Who accesses Rat, who combos...
He hates BA so much that he's still shitting on Terratop in a different video. You know, this is not okay. You know, the slander. This is BA's best friend. How are you going to hate on Terratop? Not okay.
Through that way. Zodiac would descend upon the meta and insert themselves into literally every deck in the format to some extent, which we will talk about more in depth with the next YCS. Alright, time to rapid fire the one-offs. True King Lithosasm was by far the best option of the True Kings, popping Earths for its summon and being able to run 3 cards from
I fucking hate this card. This is just Cast Hero Unicorn, by the way, guys. Banish 3 cards with different names from their extra deck.
This card is scary.
Both pops were Earth, floating into a non-Earth worm engrave on destruction. While not super...
This card is unironically still scary today.
Yes.
Like, if that card was ever going to see play again, it is so nuts to banish 3 monsters with different names.
Relevant right now outside of a tech play in Zodiac, Lithosasm would find itself in a very comfortable home soon. Spiritual Beast Tamer Winda is both sides of the Ritual Beast sub-archetypes and floats into any Ritual Beast in deck or extra on Destruction, being a massive boost for the archetype, but unfortunately coming out at just the worst possible time for playability. Miscellaneousaurus can be discarded on dinosaurs unaffected by opponent's activated effects for that main phase. It can banish itself in any number of dinosaurs from grave to summon a dinosaur of that level.
I love not
While
interacting with my
boon for
opponent.
dinosaur decks, the strategy was nowhere near playable at the time, though this would find a home within a couple months. Foolish Burial Goods was a foolish burial for
I forgot this was in the set.
Mediocre. This actually
It's an incredibly good set, right? Like, you look at those cards and it's like some of those or a lot of those are still so relevant years later. Like Foolish Burial Goods, Misk. I mean, there's more.
Much needed space in the game as a whole.
Grass,
still to come.
Like magical hats to put spell traps in grave up until this point. So the card was a welcome addition to the pool. Sea Monster of Theseus is a tuner fusion of any
I think Josh will tell the story, so I'll let him, or maybe the law will.
Best card of 2017.
2 tuners with
Okay, that was it. But yeah, Konami posted on the blog that they were about to announce the best card of the year, and they announced this card. It's a sick joke.
no other effects. Most of you watching are probably confused why I bring this one up, and it's because of the fact that Konami was proudly bragging on their blog that they were going to be releasing the best card of the year in the TCG exclusive slot for this set, referencing this card.
There's two very funny stories about this card. The first one is that one, which is like insane behavior. I don't understand how like anyone in their right mind could think that this was going to be the best card of 2017.
And then I think all the European copies of this card, it didn't even say tuner, by the way. Oh, you can see here, it doesn't even say tuner. The American ones were fine, but in Europe, it didn't even say tuner on the card.
And then the second funny story is that they even messed it up. They released it
and they
forgot to print tuner on it because it's supposed to be a tuner. And then they had to do this whole thing where you could, I don't actually know, there's like one version of this card that's actually quite hard to get because you could, which one is the rarer one? The one that says tuner or the one that doesn't say tuner?
In America, the one that says tuner is the easier one to get. I think it was different in Europe though, because that's not an American thing.
Actually, let me check. Maybe we can check on Card Market which one's more popular or which one more people have. Because what you could do is you could send in, I think, I didn't do it back then, but you could send in your wrong version and they would return the correct one or something. So like what do you think is more common? Like the one that says tuner or the one that doesn't say tuner? I'm checking on Card Market, but I can't really tell. The tuner is rarer because nobody wants to give away their misprint. Is there like an expensive version of it? The corrected version. Okay. Okay, it looks like the corrected version is expensive. I don't know. Because not many people did it. Anyways.
Yeah.
He
I don't
has
think
a
it even
thesis
said
was
fusion.
always
It
considered
might have not,
niche.
yeah.
It did have uses, specifically for those involving instant fusion where you needed a tuner, or in Zolkin's case, a level 5 tuner, but calling this the best card of 2017 was laughable even then, as the Zodiacs were in the same set and we have a whole lot more to cover from the year. Lost Wind negates the effects and has the attack of a special summon monster on the field.
Lost
It can set
Wind.
itself
He loves this card. This card is so whatever.
grave if the opponent specials a monster from the extra deck. This sounds niche in a lot of respects, but in actuality would be an insanely powerful card for specifically Paleozoic, as a trap that was a repeatable
It was
trigger
good
for
for
your
Zoo. It was
Paleo
really
summon
good
effects
for
is
Zoo.
always appreciated, and the attack having a negation is actually permanent, so it covers a lot more situations than one expects at first. And it got even better with the last card we're going to talk about.
Let's
That Grass
go!
looks
Yeah!
great. When you activate this, if you have more cards in your deck than your opponent, you mill cards from the top of your deck until your deck count is the same as your opponent.
Man.
This spell was theoretically a 20 card mill, and all it took to play was running a 60 card deck. Grass caused arguably one of the biggest shifts in deck composition.
We got
in
all
the
of
game.
Josh's chat spamming Gambas. Come on, we got some Gambas in here as well, guys, right? Come on, all my terrorism tier enjoyers. Where's my Gambas at? Hit me with the Gambas. We gotta match the energy at least a little bit, right? Gamba, Gamba, Gamba. All right, guys. When does he get to the YCS portion? Okay, so I'll let him wrap up
game's
this.
history. As on the surface, it changed decks that wanted to mill from being 40 cards to 60 cards, but it's actually a lot more complicated than that. If you were a grass deck and you matched up into another grass deck, you'd both be at 60 cards, meaning that grass is now a completely dead card. As such, even decks that weren't grass decks.
So
would
it's not
consider
even true
playing
though,
higher
because if you played like a grass mirror and they milled their deck, you could go second and grass was still fine.
counts specifically to dodge the grass matchup, whether that be a full 60 or even a midpoint like 50 cards. The usual trade-off to playing 60 was a lower consistency, but now with the best engine in the game being a 1-card combo, you can see off of a minimum of 12 cards in your deck, the loss in consistency for playing larger than a normal deck was
I do think this was more of a hypothetical thing than something that people actually did in
Yeah,
practice.
agree.
Like, at least the way I remember it, all of the Zodiac decks, they
Still played around 40.
Like, in a tournament, you wouldn't really run into many people playing like 50 card decks to counter grass a little bit, because like statistically speaking, it just wasn't really worth it to make your deck worse in case you play against a grass deck, and then it only even matters if they have the grass access. Like, for the most part, all of the decks that didn't have grass were still played rather close to 40 cards, you know, maybe like a 41, 42 here and there, but like it wasn't
Metal
really
Zoo's main when they're there. That was
a
terrible.
thing
Yeah,
in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh to play 50 to counter grass. But obviously the whole discussion of is it worth it to play a 60 card deck with grass over just playing a 40 card Zodiac deck, that was a huge discussion. In my opinion, my opinion at the time was the following: I didn't like grass decks, and that might confuse you because of what's about to happen. But I was not a huge fan of the concept of grass decks, especially in the beginning, because I felt like
Josh has no constitution. He doesn't have the
60 card,
willpower.
a lot of those 60 card decks that were known in the beginning, like I don't know what kind of decks people like, Infernoids and stuff like that. My opinion on those decks is that they are just worse versions
Do
of
you
Zodiac
mention
in
the
order to high roll with grass, and I
world
think on
points, by
average
the way,
they were
Law?
worse than 40 card decks. We'll talk about the one exception, which was the deck I ended up using in a moment when we get to it. But I think genuinely in that time, like in terms of like combo decks, it was just best to play Zodiac. If you didn't want to play, you know, Paleo.
actually decently offset. Rather than just talking theoretical on all this, let's look at some results. YCS Seattle would be a week after Rate's release on February 18th, and the
Oh yeah, people played Kaiju's because Slumber plus Rat was 8,000 damage exactly. That shit was annoying. You don't think you did? So it may have been right after this or right around this point, and I'll bring it up. There was a huge change for Yu-Gi-Oh! And that is they introduced the World's Points system. The World's Points system right now is that when you top a YCS, or whenever you get an invite, regional or YCS, you get points based on your standings. And then at the end of the season, so around the WCQ, the players with the highest points will be in a playoff tournament to earn a spot to the World Championship. In 2017, they announced this for the first time. The problem with that, though, is it counted points that you earned from months past. So it was weird. At the time of this being announced, okay, there were a couple of other differences. Back then, for the first year, America and Canada were separate regions. So when I was competing for World Points the first year, I was not competing with any US players. But also, the first 2 years of World Points, it was not a tournament at the end of the year. It was the highest ranking players just went to Worlds. There was no playoff on Friday at the WCQs. And this got announced, and the Canadian region wasn't as competitive. However, first in Canada had about 120 points. I had like 15 or 20 or something. YCSs did not give bonus points back then, and they just gave like a little bit. Like YCSs weren't even good for points. And I just did not have like a lot of points. And I thought, I looked at the regional list and I saw, okay, over the next 3 weeks, there is back-to-back an Ottawa regional, then a Toronto regional, and then a Detroit regional. Both Ottawa and Detroit with a 4-hour drive from me in opposite directions. Also, you could earn points anywhere in the TCG regions. Yes, that too. And I thought, okay, the way the point system works, if I do well at all 3 of these regionals, I can catch up. And I did not play Pure Zoo or Infernoid Zoo. I played my own brew. And between those 3 regionals, I lost 0 matches. It might have been Pittsburgh, not Detroit, actually. I remember, though, I won 3 regionals back-to-back without dropping a match. And that put me into the World race. And that's kind of what jump-started my competitive career. Because now I was in the World race, and I'd caught up all the way. And I was like, okay, my dad said he'd help me out. My parents are incredibly supportive. My dad's the one who would do a lot of the driving, though, because he also played the game, and he could just at least sit there and enjoy it with me. And I have a lot of stories from events over the next like few Worlds grinds. I don't know if we'll even have time to get into, and I can make entirely separate videos about some of the antics that occurred in the Worlds grind, because it is a lot. And they're not YCSs, so I probably won't bring them up for this video, but they're interesting to look at and something I will talk about probably at some point. But it was crazy. Well, I want to show you guys the deck that I played, because I have a feeling it's not going to be showcased at all. Because I didn't go to YCSs back then. I was still only traveling within driving distance. I couldn't fly yet by myself. And I only played 1 YCS with this deck, and I went X2 and then top. I got 34th. And I played this deck called ZZ Top. I called it ZZ Top because it was Zodiacs, Zombies, Top. 1.0 has to be the first edition of this deck. This was the deck I played. It may be a little bit different than this because it got updated. This is my old DB account. My deck was very different than the normal decks back in the day. This was a Lightsworn deck because Snow is the best card. And this is the single deck that made me love Snow, because Snow was such a good card. Snow is still an insane card, but Snow against Zodiac is one of the single best cards in the whole format. So abusing Snow was incredibly important. Deck's monstrosity. I firmly believe that I had the best deck in the format. I was way worse as a player back then. I was younger. I was 17. I didn't have as good of an ability to handle my nerves yet. I didn't have my hockey, as I call it. I didn't have the experiences yet, but I firmly believe I had the best decks because people just didn't catch on. Mana Code Directors, in case you get Max Seed, literally the only games I would literally ever lose with this deck or when I got Max Seed. Like, I keep saying the word literally, but I wanted to just iron home that fact that if I did not get Max Seed, you were dead. So in order to play around that, I had to get Max Seed, then OTK'd. And the way they'd OTK me, which is Slumber plus Rat, is a 1-card or 2-card OTK. This deck and Josh's Paleo deck, they went at YCS head-to-head in history of Yu-Gi-Oh! This deck was not easy to play, though. Neither was Paleo, though, so I don't know how much that matters, but sure. This deck gained a little bit of popularity because at UDS Vegas this year, I gave it to my local friend who I'd given a lot of my good decks to, and he went undefeated in Swiss with it. This was an insane deck. And I had many iterations of it that evolved as the format changed. There was a ban list. There were new decks. This is the one that came out later with Macker. This is April 1st. I think Spiral cards. Yep, Spiral cards for Paleo. Retaliating see you in the main deck because people were playing what's it called a lot? Fusion Sub. This was an MACR because you got the Predal plants came out. Let's slightly change it again. And then this version slightly different as well. Trenchel and Nielsen were very good cards. My deck building could use work. I'm not gonna lie. I was still improving at the game back then, but this was something we worked on a lot. Econ was such a good card too. Holy shit. But this was such an insane deck. This was fucking terrible. This is the one I played at Pittsburgh that I went X2 and should have top, but this was the worst version of the deck for sure. I thought that I needed more hand traps. I shouldn't have played this many hand traps. They were fucking terrible for me. I should have played more breakers. Like I cut left arms because of Ash, but there should have been left arms probably still in the deck. No glow up bulb. Glow up bulb was still banned I think at the time, but even then. This is what I played. I call it ZZ Top. And this deck got a little more popular throughout the year. But I was playing from the start and I was trying to push popularity. And across the Northeast, I would play this at regionals. And this is what got me to the World Championship. Single-handedly got me to World Championship was this deck. For the first year. And I wish I had any bit of success with that at a YCS. But yeah. I mean, I told you I wasn't as good back then. There are a lot of things in this deck I would change nowadays. I still had a lot to learn. At this point, I wasn't in university. I was still in high school. Actually, in semester 2 of university, or not university, of grade 12 in high school, is when I took a statistics course. And I learned about hypergeometric distribution. And I started doing my own math for decks. And by the end of this year, I got better with it. But until then, my logic and math was all over the place. It was random. I was a fucking child. But I got better at it throughout this year. And there's a huge transition in my abilities over this year and the next year as well. However, I still think with all that, I had the best concept for a deck. I definitely could have worked on this and it could have been better. But my concept, I think, is without a doubt the best deck. Anyways.
Meta that had come before was completely obliterated in one massive strike with the release of Raid.
We'll talk more about the world's points, maybe throughout this a little bit, but the end of the story is I end up winning the Canadian points playoff barely. And my first world championship is this year in 2017. But I will probably do some more story times where I talk about stuff that happened. I think it'll be cool.
On the surface, the format does look rather diverse, with 10 different decks making the top 32 cut. But if we look below the surface, we can see that a grand total of 31
the same reaction
of the top 32 decks were actually playing Zoo in some capacity. Zodiac had completely taken over the format. Commonly, any way into Zodiac Wrap here meant that you were going to have a Trident, an additional draw,
See, and this is even before fusion substitute stuff was discovered.
and then plenty of wiggle room beyond that to set up a board of options to play into the opponent's next turn.
I mean,
Which
this was
in turn
fine.
resulted in most decks playing options to get Wrap both on the
This
normal
also
summon
sucked,
and
though.
without burning the normal.
My deck would cream this, by the way.
Specifically in the case of Barrage and Terror Top. This resulted
What's good, Joey? Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it.
in a number of different variants of Zoo, specifically charting into the top cut here, between the pure variant, an artifact variant to capitalize on Moral Talk and Scythe, a
This was
combo
terrible.
variant utilizing the power of Barrage to pop your ships for 7.
This was
Perform a
awful.
Pal King Bear as a search target for Broad Bull. What did that do again?
It was just the pen
forgot.
scale.
What was the? Someone explain what
It would just you could search scales and then pendulum summon.
the King Bear does when you. I remember people doing this, but I forgot what it did because you don't play 2 pendulum scales.
Josh and Jesse in the same stream, not dueling. You understand? I'm watching a recording, right? That's the Josh is not here. Josh, say hello. Bat your eyes if you're being held hostage. Nope.
Setup, and the most popular variant behind Pure, Kaiju, utilizing Interrupted Kaiju Slumber and the Kaiju names to iron out your going second matchup. As Dryden on the normal summon was a pretty
Mirror
standard
Forces.
killer for the mirror.
This is like the
match.
one time Mirror
Alexis
Forces is actually
Rodriguez would
good.
take the event on this variant, capitalizing heavily on the base level understanding of setting up Trident with no protection being the go-to line for most players. Beyond the Zoo-focused decks, however, almost every other deck would still be playing Rat lines to play with their own strategies, as adding a quick effect pop to any board was still killer. Infernoid would be the most popular strategy outside of Stricter Zoo variant, and it would
And this is what I mean. This deck was just, in my opinion, and I know a certain Billy Break who would disagree with me.
I'm agreeing with Josh here. This deck is terrible. He's going to say it's terrible.
I think this deck sucked ass if you didn't have grass.
He's right. No, this deck's fucking this is awful. I think I lost to Inferno maybe once or twice, literally ever. There's a big Infernoid's a good skill check deck as well. If you play against it, you don't know what you're doing, you can lose to it. But this deck sucked. It was not good. If you want to play grass zoo deck, my deck way better.
Like if you didn't draw grass or resolve grass, I did not think this deck was that great. But that is obviously
Us two dueling stream on pay-per-view. Hey, well if you check the pinned comment, I literally posted a video to us dueling.
subjective.
Would be the deck to show off the new power of the spell Grass. The ability to mill 20 plus cards is an insane boon for the strategy, and as such could set up any number of waves of Infernoids directly out the gate. As such, a couple of cards that have been
You're still playing Zoo, so it can't be that bad. But you're playing way less Zoos because you're playing a 60 card deck, and you have a whole bunch of bricks in between, right? Like you have some random like Infernoids here, like Snows, which if you don't have grass is also not that good. You've got like some random...
Nah, the zoo cards
like,
put infinite shitting grave, and you got Bujin Tsuchiyomi to mill 5 as well. That's
whatever
true.
really light trap. Look, this is way less consistent than a 40 card Zodiac deck. So like I'm pretty confident that if you don't draw grass, this deck is just worse than Zodiac. But you do draw grass a decent amount of the time, so that also like overall it makes up for it.
This is one left arm.
But I just didn't prefer it, right? Like you'd have your Maxis less often.
Did I play
because you're
left
playing
arm? I don't
60 and all
remember.
that. It just didn't quite like I tried those decks, but I never liked them.
Yeah, okay, I
present
did.
for some time at this point would finally start
I'm on the
seeing
left, please.
significant play.
Yep, okay.
Mainly that of Void Imagination, being useful now as a way to get multiple bosses
He
on the
moves?
board on your first turn.
Oh my
now
God.
that kill wasn't a concern, but also Left Arm Offering, as sacrificing your
Is this before Ash Blossom? Yes, this is before Ash Blossom. There is
Made himself bigger as well.
If you activate those spell cards in this format, they actually just resolve. Can you believe it? Can you imagine? You activate Pot
Oh.
of Desires, it will resolve every time. Crazy.
hand to get a
There we
mill
go.
20 actually was a decent trade-off, even with the deck's
This is
primary
really actually Josh, Herald of the Green Light could negate it. But yeah, obviously.
play being that of Grass into Infernoids. Zoo would still be present here thanks to Terratop and Barrage, allowing a Trident to be set up prior to going down your Infernoid lines, playing a fairly minimal line of enablers there. Volcanic would see a top spot here, which makes sense as the Scattershot
This deck was so
needed
bad.
a lighter package to
Scattershot.
latch
Was this a
onto to be
Sala?
effective, which the new Zoo cards would fill out nicely. Metal Foes would see a top here, notably playing a 50 card lineup
this
to
is
sort of
50.
shoot the gap between consistency needed to beat Zoo and the deck size needed to shut off a significant Grass mill, which in turn helped in allowing them to play all of the options needed for the strategy, including the newly added Zoo engine. The only deck in the entire top 32 to not be playing Zoo cards period would be Burning Abyss, leaning into the 60 card
Of
area
course.
as well to primarily cut off access to opposing Grass.
Of course, it would be a 60 card Burning Abyss deck with one copy of Grass.
NBA players,
Oh, man.
psychopaths, let's go.
Though was playing a single copy themselves to capitalize off of the grave effects. With the meta substantially shifted at its very core, the next deck building set would arrive just a week later, and while it wouldn't be as fundamentally game warping as Zoo in the short term, it would help to introduce another combatant to play into this new Tier 0 menace.
Credit plants.
It's just
Right, for
invoked,
those
and
fusion
that deck
forces?
sucked
Release
dick.
date, February 24th, 2017.
Oh, invoked
Set type,
already?
deck building set. Major strategies, Predaplant, Fluffle, Invoke. Impact, a normal summon engine of epic proportions. Fusion Enforcers, coming just 2 weeks after Raging Tempest, had a massive uphill battle to win, and while it wouldn't dethrone Zoo by any means, it would at the very least introduce a new option into the metagame. Starting with the two that didn't quite land, both Predaplant and Fluffle would get new options for their strategies, with Predaplant getting Chimera.
Okay, then I take back what I said earlier because I'm pretty sure then people played Wind Witch during Zodiac format.
They did.
Because I
That
do
wasn't
remember
good, though.
playing against like Wind Witch Invoked right after it came out at a couple of regionals. So I think
These
I'm
cards
pretty
were
sure
expensive,
maybe
so
Wind Witch
opening
didn't
the
see
set was
play on
actually pretty
release,
good,
but they
but
definitely
it was
did play it
bad.
after this came out.
Ecclesia as an in-archetype boss monster, and Fluffle getting a couple of smaller pieces in Octopus, Penguin, and the new boss Kraken. But neither of these strategies would have staying power in the recently heightened power floor.
Penguin.
Invoked would be the last of the three, and be a completely new archetype, centered around the sole main deck monster of Alistair the Invoker, who can be discarded to buff a fusion by 1,000 and searches the archetype fusion spell Invocation
Cancer.
on normal or flip.
Boring ass
Invocation
deck.
can infuse materials in hand for any fusion monster, or can banish materials from field or either grave for an
Wasn't it in the finals of German Nationals? It could be. Yeah, it could be.
invoked fusion monster, and can return a banished Alistair the Invoker to hand to shuffle itself from grave back into deck. Magical Meltdown is the archetype of field
Infinite
spell that searches
value.
Alistair the Invoker on activation
And
prevents the
infinite
activation of
boredom
fusion summon cards and
altogether.
effects from being negated, and blocks responding to the fusion summon of a monster. As for the archetype's fusions, there would be one for each of the 6 primary
an
attributes
infinite
in the game,
cancer.
taking Alistair and its attribute as material. Kaliga takes a dark and locks both players to only 1 monster effect activation and 1 attack per turn.
Kaliga's
Raijin
kinda
takes
crazy.
a win and can quick effect flip a monster face down once per turn.
Only
Kokaitis
cool
takes a
invoked
water,
card,
can attack and defend
Raijin.
using its attack stat, and can't be destroyed or targeted by card effects.
Duel Links
Alistair
players
the
look
GOAT?
away.
You're in the wrong stream, buddy. Alistair is not my goat.
Don't look. Dude, this card, by the way, this card was the reason why I played 2 Sky Cavalry Centaurea in my Paleo deck, I'm pretty sure, for the YCS, because I had a testing game where I could out one of it, but then I couldn't out the second.
Purgatrio takes a fire, gains 200 attack for each opponent's controlled card, can attack all
Purgatrio is
monsters once
dangerous.
each, and deals piercing.
Cocytus is a menace in Duel Links? What? What happened in Duel Links? A fucking wasteland, I swear.
Magellanica takes an earth and is just a large body at 3k, and Mechaba takes a light and can negate and banish any card activated by discarding a card of the corresponding super type. Lastly,
Wait, is this Magellan? Is that what the card's
This
supposed to
card,
be?
by the way, this card was the reason why I played 2 Sky Cavalry Centaurea in my Paleo deck, I'm pretty sure, for the YCS.
Cocytus had no way to remove it outside of Herald Abyss
but then I
with
couldn't
hell?
out the
That
second.
sounds pretty
Purgatrio
rough.
takes a fire, gains 200 attack for each opponent's controlled card, can attack all
Purgatrio is
monsters once
dangerous.
each, and deals piercing. Magellanica takes an earth and is just a large body at 3k, and Mechaba takes a light and can negate and banish any card activated by discarding a card of the corresponding super type. Lastly, Elysium is a fusion of an invoked monster and a monster summoned from extra, is considered all 6 of the primary attributes on field, and can banish an invoked monster from field or
Card
grave
is
and all
whatever.
monsters the opponent controls with that attribute.
One Piece?
Alistair the Invoker
You understand Magellan's a real person, right? Like, I wasn't referring to the One Piece character. I never noticed it if it's intends to be Magellan, like the explorer. It's not the warden from One Piece that I'm referring to. Right? Like, I hope we're not at that point as a community. Okay. Obviously from One Piece. Yep. of
would
course.
represent one of the most consistent normal summon engines in the game, in that with access to Invoker, you had access to a fusion summon every turn between your cards and your opponents. But there were clear outliers in which fusions were the best. Mechaba was obviously the best on the surface, being an Omni-Negate that can be made with one of the most common attributes, but each attribute had their strengths and weaknesses depending on the metagame. As such, Alistair would find itself splashed into decks that didn't require the normal summon, and played
If you really think about it, like, this engine was so much more clunky. It's actually kind of interesting
It's
that
terrible.
it actually
It's so
ended up
bad.
being good in the beginning, because, like, you didn't have the simple, like, oh, I'm just gonna link off my Alistair for a light monster, so I can, and then I'm gonna link off that light monster into something else, so it's in the graveyard, so then I can invocation just from the graveyard. Like, people would constantly summon Alistair and then fuse like a hand trap away from their hand. Like, they would play like Valor and Ghost Ogre because those could immediately make Mechaba. So like, it wasn't even like that good of a combo. You would literally have to like get rid of a hand trap in your hand to do that. Unless when you were going second, it was fine, because then you would use Valor or Ogre, and then you could fuse on the graveyard.
bad
That was
deck.
actually fine.
Actually, what a
But,
bad
like,
deck.
Yeah, it was. It's a very funny. Like, it's actually very funny to think about how clunky it actually was, and it was still good.
attributes
No.
that meshed well with it, and with that,
It was
another
hella
deck would
bait.
rise up into the fringe of the meta.
This is for the cool hipsters who don't want to play Zodiac because I'm not a meta sheep, so I'm playing Invoked instead. Congrats, dickwad. You're playing a worse deck that's also boring.
Alistair's interaction with a so far unimpactful engine, which we'll discuss soon. YCS Atlanta would be held 2 weeks after Enforcer's release,
Is
and
this
from it
Fusion
you would
sub?
see
I
just
think
the
Fusion
slightest
sub.
movement in the outer fringes of the top cut. Invoke had proven to be an interesting slot into the Zoo.
Terrible.
pool,
Holy shit,
seeing
terrible.
most of the normal summon reliant options for Zoo here shaved for the Invoke package.
Don't call you out like that. Your name is named after Dark Law, not Book of the Law. I really fucking hope, right? The Dark Law is like your icon. I swear, if it's like a mix-up, a cover-up of the Book of the Law, we're done. We're just done here. You were at Furry Weekend Atlanta that weekend. Thank you for that comment. Okay. The fuck? Why is my chat not showing up on screen, actually? That's really weird. You guys cannot see chat, right? Is it locked behind order move to top? Maybe it was at the bottom? I don't know why it's not working. You guys can't see me, right? Or you can't see the chat, right? Congrats on winning championship, Jesse. You can? Okay. Can you see my chat? Or you can see Josh's chat? Because they're not the same thing. Yeah, my chat's not showing up. Interesting. I'll have to fix that issue another time.
Of Meltdown, Alistair, and
Was it good, or was everything else just bad? No, it was good. Like, I mean, to 2017 standards, of course, in nowadays standards, it wouldn't be. But like, it was competing in a format with full power Zodiac, right? So like, For the time being, it was an impressive showing.
Invocation. The primary benefit to the addition was on top of the usual Trident from the Zoo combo, you could also make a Raijin quite easily between Terratop and Emerald used.
Every time Lullaby's in the meta, you know it was a shit meta.
No, Lullaby is awesome. Lullaby is based. That's crazy. That's some hateful shit. Be better at mirror matches, bro.
I don't agree with that. I mean, like, I know where you're coming from, because what you're trying to say is tier 0 metas are always bad, which you know that's a take I don't agree with. Because all Lullaby means is there's very popular decks that you know what to call against. But for the most part, I don't agree that every tier 0 meta sucks. For example, Zodiac tier 0 wasn't as bad. I think Zodiac format overall, in the way I experienced it, I thought it was fine.
Agree.
There's definitely other tier 0s that were way worse.
This guy side decking double Starlight Road and Stardust Dragon.
This would also be one of the primary focuses of the new strategy in the fringes of the meta known as Artifact Wind Witch Invoke, taking the prior released Wind Witch package for accessing Crystal Wing on the first turn, and then pair it with the normal summon of Alistair to access Raijin, as you would still be under the Wind Lock. In addition to this, the Artifact package proved to be a solid inclusion with Invoke thanks to providing game-winningly strong effects when summoned with Sanctum, or to be used with Alistair to make Mechaba, providing an Omni Negate to the end board. Beyond that, what we've come to expect from the new Zoo dominance once again came to pass, seeing 29 of the top 32 running the engine in Summon card, though shockingly
Fusion
would
sub?
not take the
I guess
event
maybe
overall.
it wasn't.
Corey Roca would take that honor on Paleozoic Frogs, proving that the correct combination of traps and frogs could actually be a sufficient answer to the newly dominant threat.
Yeah, Zoo wasn't good at dealing with that, bro. Tornado Dragon wasn't out yet.
Your paleo effects, and its debuffs were permanent, meaning that if you could land it onto a Trident, that effect was off for as long as she remained on the board. Directly following YCS Atlanta would be a couple of minor set releases. The first of these was the Star Pack Battle Royale, which was mostly unimpactful outside of a reprint for Speedroid Terratop, which had become a lot more valuable as of late. The other would be Raging Tempest Special Edition, which would continue the tradition of these sets printing a couple of cards from the next core set early, but this time would actually make a difference.
Oh wait, this is called no, Call by the Grave was Exfo. Never mind. Call by the Grave was the year after. Bababoon. Okay, this card is cope. Bababoon's your goat. This card is the biggest cope ever. This was like so hyped. This card is dick. It is not good.
Normal or special, draws a card and stacks a card from hand on top or bottom of deck, and if destroyed, summons any number of Bababoon from deck. This would actually make a very specific version of Zoo from the previous YCS a lot more powerful, being that of Metal Foe Zoo. As now, by popping a Bababoon for a Metal Foe search, you can summon 2 additional from deck,
so fun.
stack your hand with 2 more draws, and overlay them for MX save.
So I don't want to flame somebody. I'm not going to say their name, but there was one regional, and it must have been around like April or May in this time period, in this year that I went to, and it was on the bubble. X1 we play. I've been X2. It was X2 because it was a regional I had a really rough start at. I'll make a story about this later, but the guy sits down and he's like one of those really over the top like duelists. And he's like, I'm blank. I am the best duelist in these parts. And I'm like, the fuck? Like, okay, thanks for telling me. And then I lose the roll and he goes like, summon Bababoon, Metal Foes. And then Pendulum summons out a baby Ceratosaurus as well. And then pops that with another Metal Foe. He's playing fucking Zodiac, Bababoon, Metal Foe, dinosaurs. Like, what the fuck? He was just like super, like he's like a wrestler with his fucking talking. It's like he's straight from the anime type shit. It was really funny. Naturally, my grass deck obviously destroyed him, but he was no match for me.
Saber Invoker for a full Zoo line access.
Was he doing this as a joke? Probably. I mean, it's not somebody I really know, so I cannot tell you his motives.
Yeah.
Guatemala City would be the first testing grounds for this new tech, and without skipping a beat, Metal Foe Zoo would adapt, slotting the new option in and further promote the synergy between Zoo and Metal.
This is so bad. No.
See, 58 cards to counter grass decks. Let's go.
Also, notably playing 60 cards to not only fit in all the new options, but also to counteract the rising population.
Okay, I need to know what Performapal King Bear does, because I remember people playing it, but I don't remember what it does. I need to understand. Hold on.
It's just the only target you can get off Rod Bull. That's a pendulum.
Performapal King Bear. Once per turn during the end phase, if this card was activated this turn, you can destroy this card. If you do, add a level 7 or higher monster that's other than your grave for the extra deck. Okay, it just gives you follow-up. You just activate it, it pops itself in the end phase, and then you get some follow-up. All right, cool.
popularity of grass variants like Infernoid Zoo. Gerald South Chavez would take the event on just that. Not only seeing
Wait,
the
this
zoo
is what
package
Gerald
with
run
varied
with?
Infernoid
Oh
names,
my
but also
god.
3 copies of Lullaby of Obedience.
I have to
The
give him
Power
shit
Shell
for
had found
this.
a format where it could dominate, as with over
Wait, where is that? It's not in his deck, is it?
I don't see it either, Josh.
80% of the top cut on the zoo package, calling Rapier with it could prove insanely valuable.
No, we're calling Terra
especially
top.
as that would then provide a total
Auto
of 3
top.
activations for the effect, since you didn't need to use your own rat for the startup. YCS Prague would be the same weekend, and though we've
let's go.
unfortunately lost a major portion of the coverage for this event, one thing that was apparent is that Paleo was not about to be left behind by the new Tier 0 menace. Joshua Schmidt would take the event on Paleo
Hey,
Frog,
who dat?
bringing the first successful variant of Grass Paleo to the masses. While the concept of using
Oh, anti-spell inside deck? Kind of cringe. Floodgate Andy? Holy.
grass with Paleo had been kicked around since
Right, so this is the second one where earlier Josh lost to Billy in the finals, and here he plays Billy in the finals then wins. And he Trench was a 1. Trench was such a good card. He didn't play Needle Sealing, really. I thought Needle Sealing was a very good card. Oh, he played Apocrypha, which is very similar. Yeah, the board wipes are very good. You played more Mirror Forces, I guess. In my version, I played more Needle Sealings. Because I wanted the flexibility to chain than the Mirror Force cards. But yeah, I mean, just the generally board wipes are very good versus Zodiac. And you just win a grind game versus them a lot of the time. And Paleos are very good against most decks, as most decks couldn't out the Paleo monsters. Tell me you use Lulu's dueling. Oh, wait. Are you talking to somebody else?
cards reveal, its impact was more often than not subpar, as you could easily
Why is the whole chat doing Fafa in Josh's chat? I don't get that.
load tons of Paleos into the grave, but not really trigger them all that successfully, since
Oh, I love this deck to death, dude. This is so cool.
you only had a limited number of traps to be used after the fact. There were a couple of cards here that
Is
helped counteract
Jaja?
that problem.
5
No, that
Mirror
is
Forces,
Fafa.
by the way. 5 Mirror Forces in 2017.
Raid? No. Farfa streams after Josh. That doesn't make sense.
Imagine that. 5 of them things. Bro, Quaking Mirror Force? Peak.
The first was a long-known card that would be reintroduced here in Card of Demise. One of the hardest parts
Broken
for Paleo
card.
with Demise is the lock on special summoning, meaning that you can't set up a totally after using it. But with more focus being placed on loading up the grave with traps, that fear goes away a bit, as it's clear we're setting up for a longer game with it. The other, and far more apparent departure, was Backjack. Backjack had already been experimented
good.
with for Burning Abyss strategies thanks to its ability to set up Fire Lake pushes. But here, when
I
dumped
always
off
thought Dupe Frog was kind of overrated because of Whiptail, but this deck was good. I love Paleo too. I just liked my other deck better.
What's that book card? Forbidden Apocrypha.
It's Fafa with Josh's face. Wait, Josh has his own? Where's Jedje? Do I need a Jedje? Is someone has to make it, right? Because I imagine he didn't make it. Wait, is that something I have to add to 7TV? Is Jaja a thing? I have to add it if it is a thing, right? How do I add again in this shit? Emotes. Search Jaja. It's also by Vlad. How do I add it? Wait, what? Oh, I have to sign in. I'm an idiot. I thought I was signed in. Okay. Try now, guys. Can you guys use Jaja? There we go. Apparently, I need to make one now, too. Do they call it Kaka for cotton? Just go Kaka. We also have Gaga and Dada. Jesus. Okay. I guess I have to add those as well now. Gaga. This one looks weirder. Why does this one look weirder? It looks like slow. And then the other one was Dada, you said? Dada's pretty fucked. Alright, we can be Kaka then. Who's gonna make me a Kaka? Where's Mama for MBT? Add Pakawat too? What's Pakawat? I need better emotes. Oh, you mean add him as one? Kaka means shit in your language. It means shit in my language too, buddy. But if you can't laugh at yourself, then you don't deserve to laugh at all. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that sentence, but you need to be able to laugh at yourself. It's an important thing. Oh, is it this? Sure. I don't really think this one's that nice, but whatever. We can add it. I have enough emote slots open. We can add it. The hut emote. Don't I already have the hut emote? What's the hut emote you guys want? I don't know. Is it this one? The turtle? Why do you want the turtle? I like the cat better. Why do you want the turtle? This sounds not even funny. The turtle is staple? Oh my god. Alright, while we're on this page, any other ones we need to add? Jackass for MBT emote. It's just this. If the not animated ones aren't as funny, they need to be animated. But sure. I think this is not that funny, but whatever. All right, let's get back in the video. We're wasting time.
Forbidden Apocrypha, you can activate when there's, I think, 2 cards of the same extra deck type, like Exceeds, and then you send all of them to the graveyard. Hold up. I think it was if there's 2 more. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing that you need to be careful with Forbidden Apocrypha is that your opponent can dodge it with the Trident, because if there's exactly 2 Exceeds, like the way Apocrypha works, if you activate it, and then you declare the extra deck type, like you declare Exceed, and then on resolution it checks if there's 2 or more, and if there's not 2 or more, it doesn't actually send everything. So like, let's say your opponent goes first and does the standard Trident plus Emerald, and then you activate Apocrypha, they can go Trident, destroy their own Trident, or destroy their own Emerald, and then you wouldn't actually send everything. But it's still, that was like the worst case scenario. It was still a 1-for-1 trade with one of their cards, so it's like, it wasn't that bad.
Trask and set up your top deck and gives you effectively an additional trap to your back row line, as its
What's the side deck card next to Solemn Warning? Wiretap.
excavate ability made the trap live from then on. Because of this, you can now also play cards like Fiend Griefing for Disruption, which also in turn is a trigger for your Paleos and now is a setup for more triggers. With innovation still present in the metagame, a shift was in the air. The spring import set was right around the corner, and it wouldn't just bring imports this time around, it was about to bring a shift that is still hotly debated to this day.
Ooh, Bion?
Talking about
Duelist Saga. Release date, March 31st, 2017.
Yeah, this
Set
doesn't
type,
matter. It's the
import
links,
set.
right?
Major strategies, Shark, GX manga cards.
Okay, guys, I need your opinion right now on the ultra rare style in these kind of sets. Oop. I need your opinion on how these ultra rares look in these kind of sets, because I've heard very different things about the thing. Don't know them. I let me see. Hold up. Vision Hero Vion. Let me see if I can get a good picture of it. From Duza. No, this is not the one. You can kind of tell here. Hold up. I'm looking for a good picture of it, because they have a different style of ultra. I don't really know how to explain it or how to describe it. I'm looking for a good picture of it. Oh, I think
it
this
just
one.
looks
Yeah, this
different.
one kind of. Well, the card is curved as hell, but like you can kind of tell what I mean. They have like a much more
holographic lines on it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, what's the how do I describe this, Chad? Can someone help me describe this? I don't know how to describe it. They look different. The ultra rare foiling in the picture looks different. They have like a more flat kind of look to it, but I don't know.
I for one didn't really care.
I
didn't feel
don't like it as
good
much.
or bad.
I personally don't like it that much than other ultra rares, but even sometimes I think it's kind of cool on some cards. I don't know. Anyways, sorry.
Erratas. Impact, rewriting the game's history. Duelist Saga.
Metallic is a good description. Yeah. a more metallic look. It looks like a metallic effect on the
Sure.
background. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It's
It
not
was
just
unpopular
it's
when it
not
came
just
out.
hollow,
Yeah,
it's
I
more like
remember
a
that.
metallic foiling behind it. Yeah.
Would be a replacement of sorts for the annual Gold Series release, with this being the first year that Gold Series would not be printed since its debut back in 2008. With it, we'd receive a bunch of anime-centric cards, including a set of OCG imports for various anime and manga characters, such as Rio Sharks with Silent Angler, Manga
Sharks.
Kyoji's Numbers with number 70 Malevolent Sin, Manga Aster's Vision Heroes with
Gozuki
Vision Hero
was cool,
Vion,
that's about
a
it.
tribute to Jaden's
As
Heroes
Vion,
with
that's
Honest
fine.
Neos, Manga Bastion Zombies with Gozuki, Manga Hibiki's Dark Lords with Ukobach, and a new version of Yusei's Boss and Cosmic Blazer
Ukobach.
Dragon. However, most of these would have no impact in the
Which is
short
pretty
term.
good,
The
but
far
yeah.
more talked
I
about
was
portion
sitting
of
at
the
it for a
set
long
would be a
time.
series of erratas made to famously powerful cards from the
Man, don't remind me of the brain controlled text change, dude. That makes me mad. It makes me so mad.
game's history, some of which have been banned for quite some time at
They
this
murdered
stage.
brain
These
control for
erratas
no
were
reason.
intended to bring the power level of these cards more in line with what is considered acceptable for the game's current context, and as such, the following cards were permanently errata to have the following updates. Brain Control could now only affect normal summonable and settable monsters. Imperial Order no longer had the option to refuse
So basically, just for context, the reason why I hate this so much is because brain control is literally now completely unusable, even though in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It could actually be at 3 with no problems, even in its original form. Like, the original brain control is literally just a worse version of Change of Heart, and Change of Heart is legal and not even played that much. So, like, an unerrata
Yeah.
brain control could have just been legal, and we could have played, like, maybe we could have played with OG brain control, and it would have been no problem. Instead, they
He did
changed its
nothing
text
wrong.
and made it
I know, that's
unplayable,
rough.
which is even, like, it's just...
They
It's
can
just
do it with
bad, 'cause
Hulk
now
of
if you go
Fibrax, dude? I
back
hope not.
to like play the Edison event in Master Duel, you have to deal with the fact that you have like new effect brain control that just is kind of bad. It sucks. And then the Imperial Order on the other side, then like, nah,
to pay
man,
its
I don't want to
maintenance
even
cost.
think about
If
it.
you have the life points, you have to pay it. Necro Valley now also negated type and attribute changes in
Necro Valley text change. Tell me
Again.
something new every other week.
the grave, and now also negated the effects of cards that move themselves out of grave. Future Fusion now delays its deck dump by 1 turn to allow the opponent a chance to counter it. Rescue Cat now negates the effects of the monster it summons, and now
Look, there are certain cards where I personally feel like, or I rather, I don't understand what the point of the errata is, because I feel like there is this, I feel like they're afraid, or there's this policy about like, we won't reprint banned cards because we don't think they will sell very well. But then again, these errata version of these cards are also still like unplayable, right?
Yeah.
Like, so like if you
I mean,
want to,
it's-
if you want to print Future Fusion again because you think it's an iconic card, bro, just leave it banned and reprint it in a cool rarity. Like, people will still like it because it's Future Fusion for retro formats and for whatever, right? Like, people will still be
Retro
interested in
formats
it.
weren't as big back then, but
Like,
yeah, I think it
now
was still. I mean,
you've ruined the card,
I'm not pro errata. I think errata is just stupid.
so you can unban it, cool, but like no one is gonna care about it. I don't know. It's a weird concept.
Future Fusion wins the
only form
YCS
of
later this year.
errata
It
that I
shouldn't
find
have. That
somewhat
deck was
acceptable
terrible.
is
But
when the
yeah,
card
it did.
remains playable, like what they did with Summon Sorceress. But then again, at the same time, I think you could just be making a new card. You could just make a new card that works like that, and I think that'd be better. I like leaving cards in their original state for like Time Wizard purposes and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. It just gives me a weird vibe.
also a hard once per turn. Bryonic is now a hard once per turn. And lastly, Goyo Guardian now requires an Earth Tuner to summon. Now, many of these
My
erratas
boy Goyo.
What they did to my boy Goyo is also a crime. It's a crime. In 2017, we're watching the 2017 recap. Goyo Guardian would have not seen play whatsoever if they just brought it back with its original form. It's a crime.
are understandable for the power level the cards provided, but some are also extremely contentious, specifically in that of Goyo Guardian. Goyo had already been legal in the TCG again for some time before this errata, and had done absolutely nothing in note, so errataing it here seemed pointless for many. To help drive these erratas in, a new ban list would take effect the same day as Saga's released on March 31st, 2017, and on top of all the errata releases, a couple of extremely interesting hits would take place for the fully taken over Tier 0 metagame. Newly banned were Magispector Kirin, the primary power play of most Pendulum strategies, Vanity's Emptiness, the staple Floodgate that's been around for far too long at this
Good.
Bro,
Fuck this.
Vanity's Emptiness started seeing play at this point like 5 years ago.
point.
It's
Tyrant
crazy
Neptune.
how long
Wait,
it takes
what?
sometimes.
Tyrant Neptune's a very odd hit, but it will make a lot more sense with an upcoming set.
The
as the
Lilith
hit now
cards,
is to
yeah.
prevent a very degenerate interaction with it that would have become available with the next core set, which we'll discuss with that release. Newly limited were Maxi, down from 2, and Bryonic,
Let's
Rescue
go.
Cat, Brain Control, Future Fusion, and Imperial Order, all with their new erratas in tow. Newly semi-limited were Wisdom Eye Magician,
Imperial
up from
Order.
1, Interrupted Kaiju Slumber, a hit to the Rising Staple Board Breaker, and Zodiac Rat Pier, the combo enabler for so many decks in the Tier
It's a
0
2.
format.
Still
Lastly,
too
unlimited
broken.
would be Sangan, who had also received an errata back in 2016, but was still banned until now. Easily the most talked about change here was Wrap here, as bringing the copies in deck down from 3 to 2 would seemingly solve the issue of it being used as a generic combo enabler for any strategy, right?
Right.
YCS Denver would be held just over a week later and oops! So as it turns out, while hitting Rat the 2 did absolutely curb its use as it was used initially, it was by no means knocked out.
Yeah, you see the zombie lights horn starts popping up a little bit here. This is exactly the best deck though.
For example, with a little bit of labbing, players realized that with a way into Rat and Instant Fusion, the Zoo combo could be extended far beyond what was done before, ending with 5 draws, Trident, and Emerald. This was primarily thanks in part to Lunalight Black Sheep, a beast warrior searchable with Broad Pull, being able to search for polymerization, which could actually be fusion substitute thanks to the fact that it was always considered poly. With this, you could actually fuse 2 of your used Exceeds into Norden. That's right, we're fusing Norden correctly, the way it is written on the card. Then once Norden was used up, you could put it back with Fusion Sub's Grave Effect to draw and get another Norden proc later. This in addition to other advancements, such as the reintroduction of Brilliant Fusion into the metagame as a rank 4 and normal enabler with Trick Clown and Seraphinite, respectively, Retaliating Seed both as a way to counter
not sending snow, by the way, off Brilliant Fusion is criminal. Like, actually criminal.
You can tell how we've gotten to this modern Yu-Gi-Oh mentality with these sort of decks. I think you can kind of get the idea of when Yu-Gi-Oh has like started becoming modern Yu-Gi-Oh around this time period, I think, where like people are like, you know what? I'm gonna play this Black Sheep in my deck that can search Fusion Substitute, that can Fusion Summon Norden, that can shuffle back the Black Sheep, that I can search again, then I can draw a card, and then I'm also gonna play Brilliant Fusion with Garnet to have some more normal summons. I'm gonna play Terror Top with a
What's the side deck card?
That's gonna give me more starters.
Universe.
Your Instant Fusion comes down and a Search Maxi afterwards, and the ever-growing popularity of 60 card decks to prevent grass interactions.
Oh, this deck doesn't even play grass. Interesting.
Led to an interesting period of the game
that
would still remain a Tier 0 format, with Zoo at the clear center of it all. Beyond this, there were a couple of other changes that did come out of the ban list. Metal Foe Zoo was probably the hardest hit variant with the ban of Kieran, but it was still a powerful variant option with access to Balbaboon, and as such would double back on an old option of Cliffort Scout and Monolith to access Cyberdragon Infinity with your opening board, in addition to the Zoo lines. Cosmo would also sneak back into Top Cut here with a similar list of
Caliuga with X Universe.
Now also rocking Triple D Barrier as a way to lock out the Exceed onslaught. Anderson Sang would take the event on Infernoid Zoo, and even with the semi-limit and the rise in the number of players on 60 cards, the variant continued to be a solid choice for the current metagame, with every Infernoid doubling its critical combo pieces, and the near infinite recursions they gain from grass. This would lead us into the next structure deck a week later, and seemingly...
So around this time, a trend that became popular as well, and we'll go back to the decks that I looked at here, is this card. And largely partially to Josh. Hello, Dueling Book. I'm not a sponsored Konami streamer. Dueling Book. Dueling Book. Master Duel. What we started playing was Spiral cards. So before Spirals got good later this year, we started playing some Spiral cards. It was typically 1 or 2 agents at most, and 3 resorts. Now, the thing with resort is it's crazy versus Zodiac cards, right? If your opponent doesn't pop this with a Zoo card, you get to add agent. So once per turn, you can add a Spiral next to your hand. Your opponent can target other Spiral cards. So they could not target the agent after hit the field. Agent, if you call correctly, would be able to pop a Monster Spell Trap. On summons, you call the top card of the deck. If you hit a Monster Spell Trap, you summon it and then pop a back row. And this was a level 4 to make XYZs with. So they would have to interact with this. Versus Paleo, you can call Trap. It always just summons itself and pops. So imagine a level 4 extender that just summons itself and pops a back row every turn. That's like actually pretty good. Also one you can't target. So it's actually a pretty reasonable card. And then beyond that, Resorts has a last effect, which says during the end phase, shuffle a monster from your graveyard into the deck or destroy this card. Which is really good because it acts as more recycling, so you can win grind games versus both Paleo and Zoo mirrors. So this engine started popping up a little bit at this time until MACR came out. And I thought it was really good. I played it in my deck. Really good versus Paleo and was solid versus other Zoo decks. So yeah, Spirals, cool.
The structure deck reloaded train was set to keep going, as we weren't just getting one this time.
I was wondering the same. Why was there a future fusion?
Cope.
Because I thought it was I guess it's I guess if you survive a turn, then you can send all the Infernos for Tierra.
It's though.
The structure deck reloaded train was set to keep going, as we weren't just getting one this time, it was a duo.
Irrelevant one, and then Dinos.
Machine Reactor and Dino Masher's Fury. Release date, April 14th,
Oh, Conductor. Okay,
set
that's
type,
relevant.
Dino barely mattered, but it mattered at Worlds.
Ancient Gear, Dinosaur. Impact.
Kick the baby! Don't kick the goddamn baby. Kick the baby!
Next up on the Structure Deck Reloaded train,
Okay.
we revisit the old structure decks of Machine Revolt and Dinosaur's Rage, two structures that were initially failures in promoting new decks to the scene, given a new chance at life here. Machine Reactor, without knowing the contents, probably held the most promise, as with the recent Ancient Gear support and rate, a little support going in the right direction could spell a meta stint for the long-time floundering archetype.
I'm pretty sure this
Ancient
shit
Gear
just
Wyvern on
sucked.
summon searches any Ancient Gear card
It did
except itself
suck.
and
Yeah,
blocks
nothing
you from
was
setting
remotely
cards for the rest
playable
of the turn with a monster effect stun on attacking. Gadget on summon gains a stun effect for a super type of your choice for all of your monsters that turn, and can make its name that of any gadget monster until the end phase once per turn. Hydra, if summoned by tributing an Ancient Gear monster, banishes anything it battles but doesn't destroy, and if summoned by tributing a gadget, can attack all monsters once each with a spell trap stun on attacking. Reactor Dragon
Yeah, these
deals
cards were
piercing
not
and tributed
good.
over an Ancient Gear monster.
Yeah, let's release a 2 tribute summon 2700 attack monsters that requires 2 specific tributes to even get its effects in 2017. Surely that's gonna be good.
And can attack twice if tributed over a gadget. Stun spell
These
trap when
cards are
attacking, and
rough.
pops a spell trap after attacking. Fortress gives Ancient Gear effect targeting and destruction prevention.
This
for the
card
turn
is
it's
crazy.
summoned, locks the opponent from responding to
This
Ancient
and
Gear cards'
Miscellaneous
effects,
Source,
and
fuck
summons
these.
an Ancient Gear from
But
hand
yeah,
or
obviously
grave
this
when
card
destroyed.
is not
Zeno
good
locking
until,
the
like,
Ancient
later.
Gears when it does. Catapult, while you control no monsters, pops a face-up card you control to summon an Ancient Gear from deck, ignoring summoning conditions.
People, like,
and can be
tried
banished
playing
from
these in
grave to pop a
Spirals,
face-up card
but,
you control
yeah.
to summon an Ancient Gear token. A lot of disjointedness all around, and feeling more like it's trying to make up for the over-restrictive nature of past releases. Ancient Gear here feels less like trying to blaze a new path forward for the archetype with their new fusion support, and instead feels too focused on making some of the original high tribute pieces work, which ends up making the new cards fall flat immediately. Only one of these new
Thank you for the 8 months. I also don't believe you.
cards would even see any form of immediate experimentation, being that of Wyvern, being a Stratos for the archetype, meaning that the fusion burn strategy now had a searcher. As for Dino Masher's Fury, the direction was far more open-ended, as the original structure was more so just bringing an amalgam of dinosaur pieces together with no real rhyme or reason. Petita Pterodon would be a counterpart to the much older baby Ceratosaurus, able to summon a level 4 or higher dino from deck when destroyed by a card effect, as opposed to the original's 4 and lower effect.
Summon
So the
Lagia, summon
Oviraptor on summon
Dalka.
either searches or pitches a dino from deck and can pop a level 4 or
I
lower
do
dino
not
other
miss
than
these
itself to
cards.
summon a dino from grave in defense. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno must be special summoned by banishing 2 dinos in grave, can pop a monster in hand or on field on a quick effect to Book of Moon the opponent's board, can attack all monsters once each, and if it attacks a defense position monster, burns the opponent for 1000 and sends it straight to grave. Lost World debuffs all non-dinos by 500, can summon a Jureg to the opponent's
also
board when
can't
you summon a
target
dino
cards.
once per turn,
That's
blocks the
awesome.
opponent from targeting dinos with card effects while they control a
There
token.
were way too
and
many
can prevent
cards that
a
said you
normal
can't
monster's destruction
target
once
in
per
this
turn by
era.
popping a
That's
dino
actually
in
pretty
hand or
rough.
deck instead.
I mean, whether you're it doesn't really matter if you're a fan of the dinosaur deck itself or not, but I feel like it's very fair to say that this structure deck is supposed to, like, this structure deck did exactly what a structure deck was supposed to do. Like, this was very, like, especially in hindsight with for how it's worked out for the past couple of years after its release, like this opened up a complete new
Yeah, this is a good structure deck. I'll
direction
give it-
of
that
dinosaur
was
decks.
right.
Like, it was a complete, like, I don't even know, before this dinosaur wasn't even really a thing, right? Like, that they've just created an entirely new archetype pretty much that stayed in Yu-Gi-Oh for years and was usually quite accessible because most of its cards originated in the structure deck and were printed in lower rarities. It was a pretty accessible rogue
Yeah,
deck
and
for
then
a
Misk was a
long
common.
time, and this is exactly how structure decks should honestly be done. Like, they should be doing way more structure decks like this one.
Now there's no
the
structure
only
decks at
dino
all.
deck before this was like what, Dino Rabbit, which was barely even a dinosaur deck. Like, yeah.
Dead. Just a quick reminder that tokens count as normal monsters. Survival's End pops as many normal monsters on field as possible to summon a level 4 or lower dino from deck up to the number destroyed, destroying them in the end phase, and can banish itself from grave to pop a dino you control and
Survival's
any
End was
card
cool.
the opponent controls. There was also a new vanilla dino here with 2k attack named Megalo Smasher X, and a
Huge.
reprint of Rescue Rabbit in case Dino Rabbit was still on the brain. This new direction for Dinosaur was a bold step to say the least, and while it wouldn't make massive waves in the meta, it was still an extremely competent rogue level deck on the serious budget. As
By the way, do we know what the next structure deck we'll get is? Next one is a Blue Eyes structure deck. That's
Yeah.
actually seeing some
Which I
play
hope
in
will
the
be good.
OCG where it's already out. So, like, the next wave of Blue Eyes support is genuinely not bad. The one after that, I don't think is announced yet, but I might be wrong. But I don't think so.
Realistically, the deck was actually competent enough to make using 3 copies of the structure deck, a bold move in the face of the growing expenses of the Tier 0 metagame. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, or UCT for short, was an incredibly powerful boss monster,
It is a
and
crazy
quick effect
card.
blanket Book of Moon's power cannot be overstated, as Raijin was already seeing play being a single target version. Oviraptor promoted a gameplay loop of popping baby for baby, cycling baby Ceratosaurus mostly to flood the board with options to make big pushes, whether that be Exceed lines with Evolzars or Synchro lines
Then
with
you got
Jurak Aeola.
Evolution
Speaking
Pill
of
as
which,
well.
Oviraptor also represented a
Which was
one-card
out at this
level
point,
5
right?
synchro
Maybe it was
thanks to
way later.
Misk from Rate, able to search Misk on summon, immediately pitch it for Misk's protection effect, and then immediately after banish Misk to summon Aeolo from deck, with Oviraptor
Pill
and
out?
Aeolo
I don't
accessing a level
remember,
5
actually.
like Denglong. With almost all the ideal pop targets also being Earths, Lithosashem's name would be thrown into the ring, able to pop
Cancer.
the babies to
Cancer,
summon itself
cancer.
and potentially rip up the opponent.
This was arguably the scariest thing about the entire dinosaur deck, especially once they make Dragonic Diagrams soon. If they opened this thing with 2 babies, shit was going down.
its extra deck, then trigger
Oh yeah, the Dino support cards are crazy, right? Like all the Dino cards are just so criminally insane. Like Miscellaneousaurus is so like broken, Oviraptor's insanely broken, Lost World is crazy. Like, yeah.
the babies engraved to swarm out more dinos. While I could go on, we'll leave it here for now, as Dino was a legitimate budget strategy at the time thanks to this structure deck, and because of that, though it wouldn't be nearly as successful as Zoo, it was quite beloved for the strategy it built at the time. YCS Bokuda would be held the same weekend, and with it, not much would shift in terms of decks, representation, or builds here. Kanan Astral would take the event on pure Zodiac, still playing the Fusion sub combo, but notably trimming most of the fat to cut the deck down to 41 cards. At the start of May, we'd be graced with a new weekly Shonen Jump promo, this time being Apprentice Illusion Magician, a level 6 spellcaster able to summon herself from hand by discarding a card, searches the Dark Magician on summon, and can send herself from hand or field to grave in the damage step to boost a Dark Spellcaster by 2,000. While the two latter...
The only time I ever recognized this card seeing play was before Illusion of Chaos came out. People used it to summon Magician Souls.
Effects would rarely be used outside of specifically Dark Magician decks, Apprentice Illusion would see minor experimentation as a level 6 swarm tool for decks aiming to utilize the rank 6 pool, like Beatrice. This would lead into the next core set 4 days later, and though Zoo clearly had left its impact on the meta as a whole, another massive threat was on the horizon. And if you thought Dryden Pop was
we're only a
effect
third of the
fast,
way
you
through the
haven't
video.
seen anything yet.
We're a third of the way through the video, guys. And we're at 3 hours into my stream, which is normally when I'd stop. Fuck. All right, when we get to Worlds this year, we may end up splitting this up into a separate video, and we'll react to the next stream. 3 more hours? I can't. I literally, I have to go by, what time is it now? It is 4:05. I have to go in 2 hours. At the literal latest, I have to go in 2 hours, which is when this ends. And the way I keep pausing it, there's no way we get that far. So what we have to do is break this up into 2 parts. So once we get to halfway, we'll reconvene after on Monday's stream. Okay? Make sure you guys are here Monday.
Oh.
Max,
you tried to warn me, you did, but what was I gonna do about it? Did you want me to just not watch it? Like
Maximum Crisis released.
You can see the pain in his eyes because he's a paleo player. Draco's fucking curb stomp paleos. It's rough. This single-handedly was the reason that paleos were just not playable. It was good against Zoo and it was good in Zoo, but it was not game ending in either of those cases. I actually did not hate Dracos until they hit the cards, because once they got hit, the only way to play it was as a stun deck. When you played it as like a pure deck or Draco Zoo, it was actually cool. So I'm not a Draco hater. However, Draco stun is cancer.
State May 5th, 2017. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Supreme King, True Draco, Zodiac. Impact, ending the era with a bang. Maximum Crisis would not only be a massive core set release that would reshape the metagame yet again, but would also be the final core set of the Arc 5 era. As such, a lot of anime-focused archetypes would see waves of support here.
This is also a crazy set, right? Yeah.
Focused around the final antagonist of Zark. So let's talk about Supreme King first. Supreme King was a new archetype of pendulum enablers for extra deck bosses, all aimed at summoning the new big boss, Supreme King Dragon.
Darkworm's in here, right? Yeah, Darkworm's also such a good card.
Fusion, Synchro, Exceed, and Pendulum. Nukes the opponent's board on summon, immune to effect destruction and targeting, cheats out Supreme King Dragon from deck or extra when it destroys a monster in battle, and when destroyed in the monster zone, moves to the Pendulum zone, where it locks the opponent from using Fusion, Synchro, or Exceed effects, and pops a card added from deck to hand once.
I'll be honest with you, I listened, but I did not comprehend what you just said.
Obviously, this was insanely powerful, but the caveat was it was an absolute pain in the ass to get out. As for other members, Gate Zero is the first
comes
ever
out
scale
soon, right?
0,
Pendulum
and the
Evolution.
scale blocks damage to you while controlling Zark, and can pop itself in Infinity in the other scale to search Poly or a Fusion spell.
And
actually, people are going to do that. They're going to play this with Zark, right? They're not going to do anything else with the Supreme King Gate cards? They would never.
On the field, can pop itself in another monster you control to summon a Dragon Fusion or Synchro from extra, dropping their stats to 0/0, negating their
The other Fusion comes out in the set as well.
Synchro or Exceed summon, and able to float into the pen scale when destroyed. Gate Infinity was the first ever scale 13. In the scale, lock Pendulum summoning if you control the monster, and gains life from an opponent's monster's attack while you control Zark, and on field can pop itself in another card to summon a Dragon Exceed or Pendulum from the extra, drop the stats to 0/0, and negate the effects and lock it from being summoned material, and floats into scale if popped. Dragon Darkworm in scale can activate a gate from deck, when summoned searches a gate, and from grave can summon itself if you control no monsters. But bluntly, Zark was way too cumbersome to get out. But Gate Zero and Dragon Darkworm were actually really solid potential additions to the Pendulum pile, namely for Darkworm being a level 4 Dark Dragon that searched at a 0 scale and could be used with Foolish Burial. It checked all the boxes. Predaplant would get 2 new notable pieces in
these are my mans.
Darling Tony.
I have a personal problem with Predaplant Offers Scorpio. I hate this card. Because it's, I don't know, it to me at the time, this just felt like an extension of the things that I already didn't like.
Maybe you don't like me searching Instant Fusion or Brilliant Fusion. I love that I just got to go Invoker and then Brilliant Fusion send Snow. That shit was so good. I mean, if you open up Orpheus Scorpio plus Solitaire, I'd go double Omega, rip 2, end of the Snow Engrave, draw 3 cards, and end on Trident, and like mill 5. That shit was so good.
Because things that I already didn't like included Brilliant Fusion and Terra Top
Boo!
into an instant rank 3.
See, Josh doesn't like fun. He just doesn't like fun. I don't know what to tell you guys. We were on the same page, but now he doesn't like Brilliant Fusion either. Like, bro's allergic to bricks, but also allergic to having fun. So I don't know what to tell you.
And both of those come with bricks, which I hated to play in my decks. And this is all of those things combined. I hated this.
Cobra, who themselves formed a pseudo package. Orpheus Scorpio on summon pitches a monster to summon a Predaplant from deck, and Darlingtonia Cobra, if summoned by a Predaplant effect, searches Polymerization or Fusion spell card once per duel. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the new Zoo Enablers.
We have this as a tier 1 in Duel Links now. I don't know, dude. Whenever I play against it with my Sky Striker strategy, I fuck them up. I haven't lost to a single one yet.
While not as ideal as some of the other Zoo Enablers thanks to needing the normal summon, the fact that they performed the Zoo setup and searched Instant Fusion made them an instant consideration, as now the massive combo was a 1-card combo, either by starting with Orifice or Lone Fire Blossom to access Orifice. Lyrilusk was a new series of level 1 Wing Beast aimed at swarming the board for quick
These were
succeeds
terrible at
plays.
the time,
Cobalt
but
Sparrow searches
very
a level
cool.
1 Wing Beast on summon and gives a Wind Exceed its use to make targeting protection. Sapphire Swallow can summon herself and another level 1 Wing Beast from hand if you control a Wing Beast, and gives its Exceed the ability to attach a Lyrilusk from grave to it on summon. Turquoise Warbler can summon herself if you control no monsters and summon the Lyrilusk from grave on special summon. Assembled Nightingale is their key Exceed, taking 2
Yeah, this card will totally be used in Lyrilusk. This card is totally the best card Lyrilusk ever has. Not used for anything else, right?
2+ level 1s, gains 200 attack for each material, can attack directly, can attack a number of times equal to its materials, and can detach on quick effect to prevent Lyrilusk from all destruction and battle damage. Lastly, Independent Nightingale is a fusion of Assembled and a Lyrilusk. If summoned with a Lyrilusk Exceed on field, boosts its level by the materials it had, gains 500 attack for each of its levels, is unaffected by other card effects, and can burn the opponent for its level times 500 once per turn. And there's the reason Neptune had to be banned. By using Zeus
If only they wouldn't then release a better version of the Tyrant Neptune.
to access King of the Feral Imps, one could search Neptune, summon Independent with Instant Fusion, and tribute summon Neptune over her, copying her effect onto itself and making it an unaffected 6,000 attack monster, at least, that could burn the opponent for 5k once per turn. Needless to say, this was not okay to have in the metagame, and thankfully it was banned before we got this interaction, but unfortunately this will not be the only time we mention this interaction this year. True Draco would be a counterpart archetype
This year. I didn't think it wasn't playable yet.
Kings that have been rolled out slowly over the last few sets, being tied almost directly to the previous Draco
All right. Before anyone says anything, I'll say it, okay? True
Curious.
Dracos are cool.
Okay. Yeah, we share the same opinion.
Okay? True Dracos are cool. The problem with True Dracos
Everyone's saying no in
is
his
a
chat.
similar problem that
Nice.
some other modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks have that are actually quite cool, like Runics. The problem is
Of course, he makes it a runic discussion. Even when I agree with Josh, he has to make it about runics. Oh my god.
that they synergize too well with Floodgates, which is a problem. But the problem with True Dracos is mostly nowadays, or like in some years past their release, is that they were always played with Floodgates. The True Draco deck itself is so fun to play, like, and also like super interactive. The True Draco cards in the
Okay, but the runic deck is meant as a deck out deck. That's the worst part. Runic is very clearly designed as a deck out deck. So, not really the same thing.
their core, crazy cool.
player
Crazy
archetype
cool.
lore, able to tribute summon themselves by tributing continuous spells and traps instead of, or in addition to monsters, with each of the important one tributes also having an effect when the opponent activates a card or effect after their tribute.
Just like kind of like Labyrinth. Now the one thing I will admit, the one exception is Masterpiece. Masterpiece was a mistake, but the core True Draco playstyle and identity is dope. It is just dope, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Masterpiece was a problem at the time, but these guys are crazy cool.
summon, with Majesty Maiden searching a True Draco or True King monster, Ignis Heat searching a spell, and Dynamite Knight searching a trap, with Ignis and Dynamite also having the option to activate the cards directly from deck. Masterpiece would be the archetypal boss, being a level 8, so it needs 2 tributes, gives itself blanket immunity to the super types that it tributes summon
Such a
over,
crazy
and
card.
can banish a continuous
I'm surprised
spell
this
trap
card is still
from grave
banned,
and pop a
though.
card
It
on
doesn't
field
need to
once per
be.
turn on a quick effect. In addition to their monster line, their spell trap line was almost entirely
Heritage is
continuous
such a
spell
cool
traps,
card, though.
each of which
Love
has the
this card.
ability to tribute summon an additional monster, with the spells being for your turn and the traps on the opponent's, each having a once per turn effect on field and each also popping a card on field when sent to grave, with the spells popping spell traps and the traps popping monsters. As for their unique effects, Heritage lets you draw.
I'm gonna predict what he's gonna say. And not pre-watch. I'm gonna predict what he's gonna say. So what part of what's cool about the True Draco mirror match is Heritage counts cards sent to grave from either player's field. So if your opponent tributes their Draco cards or you pop their Draco cards, you draw. So going second to Draco mirror is very good, and controlling resource management is very good. Let's see if he says the same thing.
Kids will love Heritage because of its immediate potential to draw like 2 or 3 cards. Grown-ups will love Disciples.
Damn it, I was wrong. I tried. Wait, he just likes Disciple because it's Runic Fountain. Cope.
Or its infinite grind game.
Draw 1 for every super type of True Draco or King
So close. That's how you know I didn't pre-watch, guys. I thought I could read Josh there, but I could not.
sent from field to grave that turn. Disciples let you shuffle back 3 True Draco or King cards in grave to draw 1. Apocalypse lets you pop a True King or Draco to have the attack and defense of all opponent's monsters permanently. And Return revives a True Draco or King and locks special summon.
Why is Masterpiece so hated? Genuine question. I mean, like, it's fair enough for you to ask if you didn't play at the time, because from nowadays perspective, unironically, Masterpiece probably would be okay.
Yeah, Masterpiece
In modern Yu-Gi-Oh to exist. It probably would be easy to out for most decks, and the one pop was like would be easy to be played around today. In 2017, usually when Masterpiece hit the board with the right combination of, like, you can combine either trap spell or monster immunity, it would just end a lot of games on the spot, because games were slower, and if you couldn't out it, it would just immediately start out grinding you, like popping a card every turn. Sometimes you would just die on the next turn, but it was just like a lot of situations where that thing would come down, you wouldn't be able to out it, and that would lose you the game. Simple as that. It was just like a little ahead of its time. Nowadays, unironically, like, I think the reason why people don't want it back is because they have like flashbacks from the time. They remember it like much worse than it actually would be today. But
it can sure come
today
back.
it could probably be okay. Paleo versus Trap Masterpiece. Yeah, I mean, Paleo just essentially this deck, the existence of this deck in the metagame.
So it's not even just a Masterpiece that beats Paleo, but also like all the popping of back row is really good versus Paleo, because before nothing really did that very often. As well as whenever they use a spell, you do the Draco's search, and they do it in the same chain. So a chain blocks the Paleo, and then also searches. So that it was kind of insane. On top of that, this set release also had Tornado Dragon, which I'm sure we mentioned, which was good versus Paleo.
He killed Paleo for 2 reasons, and I think the bigger one is not even Masterpiece. Masterpiece being trap immune is a problem for Paleo, but the even bigger problem was that this deck had an infinite flow of back row removal and an infinite amount of chain blocks as well. That was like, Paleo was unplayably bad into Draco. Yeah. Like, if it was just Masterpiece, that was a problem that you could solve. Like, you could play like Kaiju's or something like that. That was possible.
Yeah, like Kaiju
you
Slumbers.
could not outgrind this deck with Paleo. They would chain block you on every single action. They would pop 1 or 2 spell cards, one or two spell traps every turn. Infinite recursion. Paleo could not beat this deck if played properly. Like, it was just not possible.
For the rest of the turn. Lastly, their field spell Dragonic Diagram boosts all True Kings and Dracos by 300, prevents tribute summon True Kings and Dracos from being destroyed once per turn each, and can pop a card on field or in hand to search for a True Draco or King once per turn. Put bluntly, this was the strongest tribute summon archetype ever conceived, and for good reason. For starters, the continuous spells and traps trading for cards attributed over was insanely powerful, as they effectively maintained their on-field advantage simply by being fodder. Secondly, you could actually tribute over them while still set, meaning you didn't need to show your hand to the opponent before going in on a summon. Thirdly, the deck
one of my favorite plays to play on Cosmic in this deck is just set your bluff first, and if they Cosmic it, you just set a new card. So you just set like a shit card first. That was always cool. Flu, oh fuck Flu.
attempting
Yeah,
to push
you're right.
back, specifically thanks to Dynamite Knight, as if the opponent responds after he's on the board, he can activate True King's Return directly out of the deck, which then gives them the ability to reflood and keep going. Fourth, Diagram was unbelievably strong. The ability to pop a card in hand has for a while now been considered a very strong effect, even if the search is lackluster, and this one actually searches cards worth playing, able to add any and all cards in the archetype other than itself.
Ironically, Diagram wasn't that good in
cards, meaning the opponent needs to
actual
burn more effects to
Draco,
remove, which
but
can
in
potentially
other
trigger
versions
the
it was
True
great.
Draco response effects. Lastly, and certainly most importantly, Masterpiece was without question one of the most powerful boss monsters ever printed at this stage. With an effect similar to the already meta-dominant threat in Trident, blanket protection to 2 of the 3 super types in the game of your choice, and stats that could actually win combat effectively, Masterpiece was instantly one of the most powerful cards in the meta, and we will be talking about this further with an upcoming YCS. Zodiac, as powerful as they already have been, actually would get another relevant wave of support here with not
Hammer
one,
Kong's
but
also
2
hella
new relevant
underrated.
extra deck pieces. Hammer Kong has the standard Zodiac overlay effect, blocks effect targeting to Zodiacs while he has material, and must attach 1 in the end phase of each turn. Shaka 9 has the standard Zodiac overlay effects and can detach to revive a Zodiac, blocking its effects and from being used as material for an Exceed summon for the rest of the turn. These two actually formed a decent loop in themselves.
It's just
as you can
remade
detach Hammer
Fusion
Kong
sub
in a
insane.
combo, revive it with Shaka 9 later, and then use Tiger Mortar to load a material onto it with its end phase detach being negated the turn it's revived.
That was
Meaning
cool
for
for
the
like
next
20
turn,
later in
your Zodiacs
2017.
have targeting
Like,
protection,
when Link's
specifically
came
useful
out.
for keeping the Trident up for a turn, seeing played in the deck almost immediately. The TCG exclusives would each get a little more support to try and push themselves into the meta with their last efforts. Subterror would get Fiendus, able
Oh,
to
fuck,
discard herself
right.
or send herself
Answer.
from field to grave when the opponent activates a card or effect to negate that card and flip a Subterror face down, and can, on the field, flip a monster you
like
control face
Subterrors.
down to summon a Subterror from hand or grave
at least
face
we agree
down.
on that,
And Final
Josh.
Battle, able to either flip up a Subterror, set down a Subterror, combine the attack and defense of a Subterror, or prevent the negation of Subterror effects that turn, setting itself back face down after being used instead of going to
After all the disagreements
What's your
we've had.
favorite Subterror final battle effect?
The attack and defense combined one,
The-
probably.
My favorite part of Subterror final battle is that it resets itself. I think that is kind of cool. But other than that, I don't know. I have no beef with final battle. Final battle is a cool card. I just didn't like the concept of. I guess the same thing that I just said about True Draco can be said about Subterror, because one of the major issues I have with it is how good it works with floodgates, right? But just the idea of like how Subterror's entire identity feels like it's just around like recycling an Omni Negate every single turn.
Yeah. I mean, the Guru Pokemon is also good.
I just
mean,
like
it was
that
just
less
a
than the
floodgate
grind
deck.
game of the True Dracos. I don't know.
Great. This last wave would actually be really powerful for Subterror, but unfortunately would do too little too late, as Subterror was just not in a position to make any kind of waves into the suppressive meta. As for Spiral, Sleeper must be special summoned by banishing
Good
3
boy.
Spiral cards from grave, can pop a Spiral card you control
Bad
and up to
card.
2 opponent's cards on a quick
That's
effect, and if
foreshadowing.
destroyed nukes your board and summons a super agent from hand, deck, or grave. Gear Last Resort can equip itself from hand or field onto a Spiral, prevents them from being destroyed or targeted, and can send a card you control to grave to let its equipped monster attack directly that turn. Gear Fully Armed can only equip to a super
card is
agent,
so
boosts
bad.
its attack by 1,000, banishes a monster it destroys in battle, as well as another card of your choice when you do, and when destroyed summons a super agent from grave. Mission Rescue recurs a Spiral monster once per turn,
Card based.
destroys itself after 3 of the player's
love this
end
card.
phases pass, and can be banished from grave to revive a Spiral monster. This support would actually be significantly powerful for Spiral, giving a legitimate option for actual presence on their opponent's turn with Sleeper, in addition to the insane amount of protection from Last Resort, and Rescue being a valuable card to pitch off of Quick Fix's revival effect. While still not powerful enough to be meta viable on their own given the much higher bar
it's a
than
light
when they
fiend.
started, Spiral was now at least competent enough to be considered as a splash engine for Zodiac decks, and potentially a meta pick once Zoo's reign ends. Moving on to the one-offs now. DD Ghost, if sent to grave, can dump an additional DD or Dark Contract to deck with the
is
same
this
name
even
as
worth
one in grave.
mentioning?
And if banished, can return a banished DD or Dark Contract to grave except itself. While on the surface unassuming, Ghost would be a piece in a few different DD combos, being yet another addition to the spreadsheet. Zephrath in the scale can put a Zephyr from deck into face-up
Yeah, I don't
extra
like
to
this
change
deck.
its scale to that monster's.
This
Can
is
only be
lame.
summoned from face-up extra by attributing all monsters you control, including at least 3 Zephyras, gives an extra Pendulum summon for Zephyras the turn it's summoned, and contribute a monster to summon a Zephyr from deck. While a massive boon for the Zephyr archetype, what this would actually see play out
Spiral at this point is rogue at best. No, Spiral was bad until Lynx came out. It was not rogue, it was bad. Like, straight up bad. You just had no effective way of using your bodies or triggering your effects.
as was of modular scale for pendulum piles, as there were enough decent Zephyr pieces at this stage to play them to modulate the scales, then summon them back out for their benefits without fully investing into Zephyr as a whole. Fairytale Luna on normal searches a spellcaster with 1850 attack and can target an opponent's monster to make them either pitch another
This is a
Search of Snow.
big moment in hindsight for stun players. A massive moment in history when Fairy Tail Luna was released.
copy from deck or extra, or bounce it once per turn on a quick effect. Luna would be a lot more niche than her sister Snow, but would still see some usage, namely in being a disruption tool that could actually search the
Fairy
aforementioned
Tail
Snow.
Snow.
True King of all calamities would be the extra deck
Boo! This card has ruined my day so many times. Actually ruined my day so many times. Cannot stand it.
being a rank 9 that can change all monsters on field to a declared attribute by detaching on quick effect. Also locking attacks and effects of monsters with that attribute for the turn, and allows True Draco and Kings to pop opponents' monsters for their effects.
That's the power of True King All Calamities. It's like Conqueror's Hockey blasts out of it, both of us get knocked back, and we're just like reeling in pain as we know that this card hitting the field meant the game is fucking over. And even though you have a small glimmer of hope, it doesn't mean shit. Because this card is so dumb. If you liked Virtual World, fuck you, because I summoned this card.
This would be a massive boss with a capital B, becoming an instant build towards for any deck utilizing multiple level 9s, of which the only deck for the time being doing such was Dinosaurs, who were already utilizing Lithosagem, able to take advantage of the secondary effect too. But would
very
be a thorn
fun
for a
dragon.
long period of time
Very
after. Duels
fun.
Alliance are just for any Pendulum card if you have a scale activated,
that's probably
becoming a
not
near
very good.
staple for Pendulum piles after this, able to search a solid lineup of cards, including the ever-popular Luster Pendulum. Set rotation takes 2 different field spells from your
set
deck
rose
and
in
puts
this
one
set?
to each side of the field. This card was insanely
card is annoying
powerful
as
due
fuck.
to a few different applications. For starters, over the past couple of years, field spells have
Okay. Name the 2 field spells that people used to give to the opponent that made them unactivatable. Gateway of...
Oh, he's gonna do it. Damn it. Gateway of Chaos and Oracle of Zephyra. God, why was this card a floodgate? Like, if it didn't have that, it would have been so much better. Dumbass card.
Chaos was one of them. But I know there was 2, and I can't think of the second one. Oracle of Zephyra, that was the one. Yes, Oracle of Zephyra, right.
grown in power substantially, almost to the point where finding them early could lock up a game on their own. So any deck that runs multiple field spell names would instantly gravitate towards this, but on top of that, there had been 2 field spells in particular released that have mandatory search conditions tied to them, those being Gateway to Chaos and Oracle of Zephyra. Because of the search being
Rewatched, relived.
required, you cannot activate these if you cannot search, and if you set to your field spell zone, you cannot activate a new field spell over them until they are properly activated. Meaning
People
that
playing
against
Gaia
decks
Knight on the
not
side because
taking a
this,
Zephyra,
yeah, those people are
Blackluster Soldier, or
psychopaths,
Gaia
by the way.
Fierce Night Monster, you could effectively lock them out of field spells for the game while setting up your own. Set rotation would become an almost instant staple for these reasons, and we'd be seeing this card for quite some time after. Tornado Dragon was a TCG exclusive
Oh, I
rank
like
4 that could
Tornado
quick
Dragon.
effect attached to pop a spell trap. Being
He
effectively
likes
MS
Tornado Dragon as a Paleo player. I like Tornado Dragon too. Very cool card, but I'm surprised he likes it.
T on a rank 4, which was basically guaranteed to see play for that reason alone.
I think Tornado Dragon is a perfectly designed extra deck staple. Like, very good, not too powerful, and even these days, I sometimes consider it for some of my decks. Not often, but sometimes.
Bujin Hiroko is a scale that can banish itself to exceed summon a Bujin over another
This card
Bujin
is cool.
exceed you control. Seeing play namely for being a
Wasn't
searchable
good, but
low
it was
scale
cool.
with Broad Pull. Sylvan Princess Sprite is a rank 1 that can detach 1 to excavate 1, able to add it to hand if it's spell trap or send it to grave if it's a monster, and can send another plant from hand or face up field to grave to revive a Sylvan. A solid addition to the rank 1 pool. Only
It
held
has
back
that
for now by
effect?
rank 1s being completely
I had no
unfeasible in
idea.
the game. Lastly, and probably most importantly for the long-term implications for the game as a whole, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring can be discarded to negate any effect that would search
What
a
was
card,
that
summons a
chuckle?
monster from deck, or sends a card from deck to grave.
That
on
was a
hard
very
monster
weird
turn.
chuckle,
Ash
Josh.
was one of the most talked about cards from the set without question, being a blanket answer to any mass
I mean, unironically, Ash might be one of the most impactful cards ever printed at this point, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards will be good at the time, but then either get banned or fall out of favor at some point. This card has, I mean, almost always been a staple 3 of.
I think there are many
over the
times this
last,
card has been
I mean, at
low-key
this
shit.
point,
I'm not gonna
7.5
lie.
years.
But it's been a very good card. Yeah.
Like, we're talking like that might be longer than like Mirror Force kind of nostalgia or relevance, right? Like Mirror Force, Mystical Space Typhoon kind of level of staple card, right? Which is crazy to think about. It's crazy to think about.
I think MST still outlives it.
combo that could go off, and was
Yeah, Ash wasn't even good in this
shockingly
format.
underwhelming on release. The problem stood that in the current meta, stopping one search or summon meant jack, as with Zoo running around, they would be spewing searches and summons left and right. But once the meta slowed down a little, Ash would find a home rather quickly. YCS Pitts
I mean, Ash was like, at the time, it just happened to not be as impactful against the best deck in the format because it did not interact well with their normal summons, right? Like if your opponent plays a normal summon and then you have an Ash, it won't interact with it well. It's not that the card was bad, it's just it wasn't a good time for it, or it wasn't the perfect time for it. I mean, right after
that for a lot of
Zodiac,
cards, though, right?
I'm pretty
It's
sure
situational.
people
It's a
start
problem
playing
for a
Ash
card.
Blossom left and right. Like that card was just very, very good.
Like, I don't think it's a bad argument, but I think the card is good, but I think like it's not like an insta stable. It's not Maxi. Even Maxi, Maxi has way fewer moments of when it's bad, but even that is bad sometimes. If isn't the most competitive card of all time, I don't know. Maxi's kind of crazy, but it's only masterful, I guess. Anyway, so this is actually the first YCS of the year that I went to. This is still before I really started traveling. And this event, I started off 6-0. I went X2 after Swiss. I was X1 going into day 2. 34th, 35th place. Fun. That was rough.
It's just the same. Like saying Ash was bad right there is like saying Effect Veiler was a bad card. Like it's just like Effect Veiler was made, and immediately it was clear that card was a good Yu-Gi-Oh card, and it was going to be an option for a lot of formats to come. But like similar to Effect Veiler, there were formats where Ash Blossom wasn't that popular in the beginning. So like the card was good. People knew it was good. Yeah, no, I didn't understand it like you were saying it was bad. It's just like the card was.
You know, 33rd, 33 through 39 so many times is kind of crazy. I stopped counting after 5. I'm probably almost a double-digit amount of times where I've gotten around 33 to 39. You didn't say it was bad. You said it was underwhelming on release, which was true. Oh, is that what Josh is arguing with? I didn't even notice that. I mean, I agree. It was underwhelming on release. I mean, I think it's correct. It's not a bad card, but I think Josh said it was a staple in every format. I think like there are plenty of formats where it's not a staple. In this format, it's not a staple either. I feel like it's good in a lot of matchup. It's good in some matchups, but not the best matchup. In fact, it's a side deck card in most cases, not worthy of a main.
Obviously strong, but in the beginning it had more niche applications. But people would side deck it a lot of the times. Like people realized it was good. They would side deck it for a lot of specific matchups, like grass decks, Card of Demise decks. So like True Draco, you would usually want Ash Blossom in your deck against because Card of Demise was a huge deal. Grass was a huge deal. A lot of decks basically you knew Grass was Ash was good against. So like yeah. Ash, I don't remember exactly, but it was like I think it was around like a 40 to 50 euro card, which I mean that still is a popular, expensive staple kind of price range, right? Like that's comparable to like a Molcharmy Perulia at the moment, which is like also very popular, right? Like even though it doesn't break the main deck very often, like that kind of price point indicates like a card that people realize is good, right?
Berg would be a week later, and
what do you want now, you creepy rat?
If there was any debate on if Zoo was tier 0 or not before this, there was no debating it now. Zoo decks took a whopping 32 of the top 32 here, and it was
Is Zodiac the only deck to ever do that, by the way? I think so, right? I can't. Maybe Spiral? Did Spiral ever do that? No.
I don't think so. No.
Did Spiral do that? I don't think Spiral did that.
OCG tier 0 Spiral was crazy.
Out of 32.
I don't think it was
close.
as insane.
But I think Zoo is the only one that ever did 32. I mean, to be fair, okay? To be fair, in a lot of these decks, like Zodiac, there is a big difference whether you're playing pure Zodiac, Draco Zodiac, Infernoid Zodiac, Paleo Zodiac, or even like Plant Zodiac. Like they are
I
different
don't know what Plant
decks.
Zodiac is.
They play the same kind of engines, but it's kind of like it'll sound like a little bit of a silly comparison, but it would kind of be like going at a Top Cut breakdown today and be like, oh, 32 out of 32 decks are playing hand traps, so there's no diversity in the format. It's kind of like that.
It's like
right?
everyone playing Fiendsmith. Oh, someone said it in chat, Fiendsmith. Yeah.
But it's more like a sub engine that, well, every deck can make use of it in some way. Or like maybe Fiendsmith is a better comparison, where like you have the Top Cut of the European Championship, and it's like, well, there's a lot of Snake Eye Fiendsmith, there's a lot of Ubel Fiendsmith, and then like majority of the decks are using the Fiendsmith engine, but they're doing different things with it. Yeah. So it's.
I wanted to live in a world where Snake Eye was like that, and everyone played different versions of Snake Eyes. We had the Crystal V Snake Eyes, we have the Fire King Snake Eyes, we got Pure Snake Eyes, we got Fiendsmith Snake Eyes, and together we all play Snake Eyes. Oh man, Infernoid Snake Eyes. You don't? I'm being facetious. The TCG Spiral was tier 0 for 3 weeks and won 2 YCS, with one of them being 28 Spirals, the other being 26. Yeah, Spiral was also tier 0 after. People just took a little bit to realize it, but it was still the best deck afterwards by a pretty wide margin.
I don't know. Like, yes, the Zodiac engine is giga popular in this format, but does that make it a tier 0 format? I don't know, because those are definitely different decks. Like Paleo Zoo is not the same deck as Draco Zoo, and that's not the same as Pure Zoo. Like, those are different options, even though they're playing similar engines. I don't know if you, like, from the traditional sense of play this one deck.
I disagree, to be honest, Herman says. So the thing is, like, for me, it feels similar to Fiendsmith, not as much, but the biggest thing for me is, like, it dominates a lot of choices in your non-engine to counter what is the best engine, right? So The non-engine in this format would be countering the zoo cards, right? So cards like Ash were bad or weren't that good because they weren't good against zoo cards. And in that same way, when Fiendsmith was the best engine a couple months ago, Bistrels were incredibly popular as a direct product to this, right? Like, and they were both good to utilize alongside Fiendsmith as well as they were good counters. So it dominates a lot of the decision making with a non-engine, which makes decks a little more homogenous still, but it's not the same thing. Because then the final supplementary engine, the core bridge piece together, could be different. But yeah, I mean, it does move a fair bit of the deck building aspect to it.
I don't know if in the classic sense it would be a tier 0 format. Like, it's a tier 0 engine, rather. I think that's a better way to put it. Well, all those decks except Paleo Zoo played the exact same way. Nah, that's just cap, bro. That is just not true, right? Like, Draco Zoo tried to do different things than Pure Zodiac. Pure Zodiac was just like on the grindy game plan with more non-engine, more hand traps, more Forbidden Chalice and stuff like that. And
the
like
grass
Draco
decks
Zoo
played way
was
more
like
differently with Snow and Kagetsuchi. The Draco Zoo deck also played differently. The Draco Zoo was more similar to Pure Zoo, but still.
The true Draco cards were like, I mean, of course, that like tries to play a different game plan than Pure Zodiac. Like, that is just not true.
It's clear that rather than pushing Zoo down, the new cards in Crisis only made the strategy even more potent. Pure Zoo had moved to include the new Shakanine and Hammer Kong package for their combo lines, with most builds resorting to new hand trap options, such as Flying Sea making an appearance here.
This deck is going to work and play fundamentally different than the Draco deck.
To help push Zoo back a little.
Dude,
and
this type of
Blossom
format,
to
playing
prevent
so many
getting
monsters
+5 comboed for all of your life saving. The far more interesting development here, though, was in Draco Zoo. Taking the event by Aaron Furman. The line between Zoo variants has begun to blur quite substantially, and this would probably be the best example of that, as now most builds were pure Zoo at their core, but would be classified based on their splashed-in engine of choice, with heavy IKS packages getting deemed as Kaiju Zoo, heavy hand traps as Pure Zoo, and a package of the new True Dracos as Draco Zoo. Access to Masterpiece is nothing to scoff at, and standardly
this is
Zoo
before
do lines
this is people played a very small Draco package. I think Hoban started pushing the wave of more Draco cards for the WCQ, him and a few others with Ignis. This was a very pure Draco engine. This, if you remove this sponsor here, you'd see Masterpiece is like the only monster, maybe one Dynamite Knight, but yeah.
Without the normal, then potentially provide both a continuous spell and barrage and an extra monster from whatever is left over post combo.
This feels more like Masterpiece Zoo than Draco Zoo. I mean, yeah. So this iteration was very similar to or was very similar to Pure Zoo. It became a little more of its own identity when they started playing more Draco cards as a better engine later on. It's interesting how much evolved in the Zoo decks over the months, because this build looks so bad, and I think I was ahead personally, and this sounds very cocky, but spells were just better than hand traps. Ogre and Ash weren't good cards, and in Pure Zoo they were better spells to play. And I don't know, maybe I'll take credit for this, but I told Marcello about Shuffle Reborn before he went to WCQ and won with that. So cards like Pianissimo, Shuffle Reborn, Econ, Book of Moons were just so much better, I feel like, than these other non-engines to help push through fields and build your own fields, ending grind games. So, I mean, these spells all just felt like shit. But as for Draco Zoo, I mean, Draco Zoo, instead of playing Ashes and Ogres, playing more engine cards to break through fields was just better. Hand traps just weren't good, in my opinion. But this that was something people did for a long time. Like, looking at all these decks, they look ugly. The amount of monsters in there, there's too much brown. Too much brown in those decks. Need more green. Some money. Some spells. The spells were definitely where it was at. Spells and traps were bigger than monsters, I think. Because no other monster would keep up with Zoo cards. So at that point, like, what are you doing? Only other monsters that keep up with it are like Snows and Draco cards. And that's partially why Josh and his Paleo deck were so good, right? It was employing that concept before, even if it wasn't in a Zoo deck. It was just traps were better than monsters unless they were Zoo cards. So why the fuck would you play so many monsters? It doesn't make sense. Like, a hand traps count in that regard. I don't know. Yeah, I'm rambling on. I feel like this is one of the worst like solved formats of all time, where all the Zoo engines. I feel like people just really played it wrong. And I wonder if in modern times it would have been fixed as much. But it was bad. Like, I think people's builds were really bad for most of the format.
Combo to commit into said Masterpiece, making it monster and spell immune.
And like, I feel like I had a good deck this event with my Zodiac zombie deck. However, my actual build was terrible because I played hand traps and kaijus thinking I needed them for Dracos. Terrible choice. Terrible deck. And I could have built it so much better.
immune, with one of the only real outs to that in the format being a Kaiju. This direction would be one of the main
He says Furman like Herman for some reason. I mean, it's Furman and Herman.
focuses of the upcoming format, with the 3 primary zoo variants fighting for dominance in the space. And with that said, a new ban list would come down the pipeline right at a month later, taking some of the more egregious options out of the meta for good. Newly banned was Elder Entity Norden, a hit that was
Finally.
long overdue at this stage, being the catalyst of many of the absolutely broken combos for zoo decks. Newly limited were Terratop, the main enabler of the Invoker line, and that grass looks greener, putting a hard cap on the power of the 60-card piles. Lastly,
I was so
unlimited here
lost
were
after
Skull
this
Combat-
point. So I did badly at this Nationals this year, the WCQ. And I attribute it to myself not playing Pure Zoo the entire year. Or Draco Zoo. I've been playing my grass deck. And at this point, the grass deck became unplayable. Some people still played it, and I think they're psychopaths. It was not a good deck at this point. You lost so many of your good extenders. So I started playing Pure Zoo. And I probably could have played Draco Zoo, but I played Pure Zoo because it just was something I picked up first. And I wasn't as good as I was now. So like I just wasn't able to adapt fast enough and learn the deck to be as good as other people were by the time Nats came around. I had ideas, but like I didn't have confidence in myself to like really work on those ideas. After the WCQ, I started getting more comfortable, and by the time Weiss's Toronto came around in September, and it was still a zoo format, I was good with the deck, but I kind of just wasted my I had a bad build and got unlucky at Weiss's Pittsburgh this year, and the only other event that I played at this point was Nationals, and I was not up to par. I was definitely not good, regretfully.
Joker, Wisdom Eye Magician, and Pendulum Call, which couldn't be a more blatant buff to an upcoming release if they tried to make it so. Speaking of which,
Pendulum Magician, which would actually
Black Fang Magician
come up for a
that
little
came
bit.
out then.
Pendulum Evolution, release date.
Oh,
June
of course, yeah, the
23rd,
FTK. Yeah.
Okay, look, I'm gonna cut off the usual intro here because I have a major gripe with this specific set. Pendulum Evolution as a pack did not exist in the OCG. It was a complete structure deck over there. When importing it to the TCG, somewhere along the line, they decided that rather than bringing over the...
So this set is hella cancer. I'm sure I mentioned it as well. So the way this works is... so there were like no short prints or something, I remember. You would open up a box and you'd pull the entire deck. Like... So every card was worthless because everything was super easy to pull, and the set was tiny, so the set was just terrible. The cards ended up becoming better in a few months' time, and actually good cards, and Astrograph Sorcerer was still a menace to the society because of Electromite, but it was a weird set to be released.
The structure deck as is, it would be better to divide this solidly powerful structure into a set all its own in the TCG, making the copies of new cards no longer guaranteed. Luckily, it played out a lot better here than it could have, as nothing was short printed and the new cards were actually decently easy to get a hold of. But the practice itself was
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I understand your point, like why that be considered a bad thing, but I don't remember any of that stuff being expensive. Like,
so the problem with that is then it makes a secondary market ass. Which so for reselling the cards, it makes it better for the buyers. But it makes it worse for the people who have to buy the boxes of the set because the boxes became worthless. At that point, make it a structure deck so it's still cheap for players, but now at least the wholesale cost on it's lower as well. And the people who are buying the fucking products to resell aren't losing money. Because there was still something wrong. Like, someone was still losing money with this formula.
I think that set was just like not as bad for the game because like I remember everything being cheap.
Without question suspect, and unfortunately this practice would become more and more commonplace as we entered the next era of the game, taking price efficient structure decks and splitting them up into import sets for profit.
In general, it's not a great thing to do though. I agree with that.
Practice they haven't
like
done
it worked out in that case, but in other cases I'm sure there's examples where it kind of hurt
since the upper deck eras for good reason.
The set was going for $20 a box at one point, yeah, because it was terrible. There was no value in it.
Pendulum Evolution would be an import set exclusively targeting the OCG structure deck of the same name, being a massive wave of support for both the existing Pendulum Magician archetype, but also towards the recent cover card of Maximum Crisis, Zark, providing a
also someone asked what was the price of Zodiac on release.
It was a lot.
It was quite expensive because Barrage was a secret rare,
so
and it was the most expensive one because that was the one that everyone played as a 3 of, even in Zodiac decks that only splashed Zodiacs. Like that card I think was like 70 or 80, even could even be more in certain times. Trident and Broad Bowl were both secret rares as well, which were usually the ratio was 2 to 3 Broad Bowl, 2 to 3 Trident. So you needed like total for Zodiac, you needed around 7 to 9 secret rares. So you were talking definitely over $200 for those. No, wait, I miscalculated. Barrage alone is over $200 for the play. Over $300 for those secret rares, and then you needed some ultras like Thorough Blade was like
I mean,
a
the
couple
deck,
bucks.
the deck
Like,
was not super cheap.
the
It wasn't
Zodiac
crazy
engine
expensive,
itself,
but it was
I
not
would
cheap.
guess like at least 350 or 400 for the core of Zodiac, and then you still needed your other, you know, the rest, whatever your staples basically, right? Your staples, your Terratops, your Invoker, that kind of stuff.
Instant fusions like 10 euros each. Yeah, instant fusions also were very sought after at this point.
So like you can imagine, like, you know, it's, and this is really the thing. Like in some ways, this has always been like this in Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but it's just like the stuff that happened with like Snake Eyes and stuff is like kind of what happens every time. Well, which doesn't make it better, I guess, but
Yeah, and that's why I wasn't big doom and gloom on Snake Eyes. What I do doom and gloom with is Fool Loss, because every deck needs it. You don't even have a choice.
yeah.
Way to access the boss. Each of the 4-dimension dragons would get a Pendulum Magician counterpart. Double Iris is always treated as a Pendulum Dragon card, and Scale can pop itself to double the battle damage of a selected Dark Spellcaster that turn, and if destroyed, search as a Pendulum Graph card. Black Fang is always treated as an Exceed Dragon card, and
I love
Scale
these
can
cards.
have an opponent's monster's attack and pop itself, and if destroyed, revives a Dark Spellcaster. White Wing is a tuner, is always
Terrible.
treated as a Synchro Dragon, and Scale can negate a card on resolution that targets a Dark Spellcaster and pop herself, and if Pendulum summoned and used for a Synchro summon, banishes herself. Purple Poison is always treated as a Fusion
Card's
Dragon
so
card,
cool.
can pop
Love
itself
Purple
and Scale
Poison.
to boost a Dark Spellcaster by
This deck was
1200 for a
sick.
battle, and pops a face-up card on field if destroyed. There was also an updated version of Yuya's Tuning Magician, being Harmonizing Magician, who is unable to be summoned from extra
card's
deck,
good.
and when Pendulum summoned from hand,
This
summons
deck
a
was
Magician
sick. The deck,
Pendulum
like,
from
later
deck,
this year.
negating its effects and
The Jeff
banishing it
one
when it
with?
leaves the field. Astrograph Sorcerer and Chronograph Sorcerer are the two
Fuck
outliers here,
Astrograph.
tied to
I
the
fucking
two
hate
original
Astrograph.
These two are giga broken, by the way. All the
I
other
think
ones,
okay. I think Chronograph is a cool card and not broken. I think this card is actually low key sick. Astrograph, cancer.
where all the other ones were fine design wise, good cards, but like nothing too crazy. These two are insane, especially Astrograph. Obviously, like Chronograph
The Chronograph's not broken. Chronograph is a good card, but it is not broken. Astrograph is so stupid.
is also good, but Astrograph is nuts.
Pendulum Magicians of Stargazer and Time Gazer, which each having a scale effect to pop themselves to either scale or summon one of the original two. They share an effect to summon themselves from hand when a card is destroyed that you controlled, with Astrograph searching another copy of a monster that was destroyed that turn, and Chronograph summoning a monster from your hand. They also share an effect to banish themselves and one each of a Pendulum Dragon, Exceed Dragon, Synchro Dragon, and Fusion Dragon between hand, field, and grave to fusion summon.
Bro, I did not even know they had that effect. It's like, it's crazy. I'm looking at it now and it's like, yeah, okay, these cards have a lot of text on them. They didn't need all that text, dude. No one's ever done that.
Supreme King Zark.
Could Chronograph be unlimited in Master Duel? Wait, it's not? It definitely could be. It's not? That's crazy. I do not know that Chronograph is limited. That's stupid.
From the extra deck. Star Pendulum Graph gives blanket spell targeting
And don't even bother telling me in chat that you did that once. Like, I summoned Zark with Astrograph. No, you didn't. I won't believe you.
protection to your spellcasters and searches a Magician Pendulum when
I
one
won't
leaves the
cope. I've
field
never
once
used
per
those
turn.
effects.
And Time Pendulum Graph gives blanket trap targeting protection to your spellcasters and can pop a Magician Pendulum monster on field or in scale and an opponent's card once per turn. Lastly, Time Star Magician is a Magician Pendulum locked rank 4 that can detach to add a dark spellcaster
card's
from
cool.
deck, grave, or face up extra.
This
to
is
hand.
probably
And
one
if
of
a
the
Pendulum
cooler
card would be destroyed once per turn, can dump a spellcaster
Pendulum
from
decks
deck to grave instead.
until
Okay,
Links
so there
came
is
out,
a
or until
lot
Electron
to
came
unpack
out.
here. But starting out, this support was insane. The new Magicians actually did a lot to iron out some of the natural weaknesses of the previous Pendulum Magician decks. From mass summon negates like Strike being outed by Black Fang's Revive, harmonizing
I mean, didn't literally 2 of these guys get banned? Am I misremembering?
Astro and
Astrograph
Double Iris?
Double Iris were banned, right? It's like a wave of 6 or 7 or 8 cards, and 2 of them were banned. Like 25% of the new support ended up having to go on the ban list. It's kind of crazy.
allowing quick and easy synchro and exceed access by itself while also setting up names, the Double Iris being able to search Time Pendulum Graph to set up easy disruption going into the opponent's turn. With the release support from the ban list, it was clear Konami was trying to push this deck to be a deck to beat for the WCQ season, and probably just for the WCQ season, as at this point, we as a player base knew what was going to be coming in July with the new era of the game. But for now, let the Pendulum players have their fun and look at the pretty flowers. Diving into the WCQ season, Central America would kick us off, and unsurprisingly, Zodiac continues to absolutely dominate the space, but not quite as dominantly as before, with the more pure variant of True Draco starting to creep in here, which unfortunately we do not have list for due to poor coverage. Pedro Benhumea would take the event on Zodiac, with the main
Burger
pivot
won
being
this? Oh yeah, Burger did go to Worlds this year.
seen from the ban list being dropping a bunch of the random combo enablers with the banning of Nord, seeing the slots filled with more hand traps like Ghost Reaper that didn't quite make the cut before, as well as more zoo names like Ram Ram. The EU WCQ would be the same weekend, and similarly, we'd see a rise in the more pure True Draco variants
Marcella won
into
this,
the meta.
right? Yeah,
but
we're undefeated.
similarly, we've lost most of this event's coverage from the
Well, this one I went like, I remember this one I went X1 or XO on day 1, and then I lost like 2 or 3 rounds in a row on day 2. It was a rough day 2.
EU website changeover. As for what we do have, Pendulum Magicians would see their first top here, utilizing the Zodiac cards not only for their simple one-card combos, but also for Barrage's pop effect triggering the effects of the Pendulum Magicians to generate advantage. Marshall Barbary would take the event on pure Zodiac,
Shuffle Reborn, my idea. This is my idea.
going completely undefeated with a 17-0 record, once again trimming the auxiliary engines for a tighter zoo-focused package, but notably playing copies of Shuffle Reborn as another option to start combo lines using Rat's Dump from deck,
Yeah,
or to
Shuffle
keep
Reborn
going
was
if your line
cool.
got interrupted
Already qualifies to Worlds, goes 17-0 anyways. Bro, I thought I was going to do that after winning the points off in 2019, and I was just fucking destroying everybody with Thunder Dragon and Swiss. And then I played a mirror in top 64 and got popped. But, yeah. That shit is crazy. Double qualify.
Basically, the entirety, like the quote unquote thing in Zodiac format was just everyone played the Zodiac engine, and I'm like in the mirror matches, right? In the mirror matches, everyone played the Zodiac engine, and it was all about how can I make sure that I'm the one who can summon their Trident through my opponent's Trident. So all these cards like My Body as a Shield, Enemy Controller, Book of Moon, Forbidden Chalice, they were all here to make sure that you can play through your opponent's Trident and through your opponent's non-engine. And Shuffle Reborn was just another one of those cards that would allow you to, if you normal summon and your opponent Tridents it, you can Shuffle Reborn back your monster, right? Like that, just one of those kind of cards. But yeah, it's kind of cool.
like Ghost Ogre, also being extremely useful against the floodgate of Flying Sea that had been popping up more and more by shuffling it back into the opponent's deck to draw.
Flying Sea was
Directly
terrible.
Following this event, we'd also receive a new weekly Shonen Jump promo in Galaxy Eyes Cypher Blade Dragon. Able to overlay onto a rank 8 Galaxy Eyes, can detach to pop a card, and when destroyed, floats into Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon in gray. Solid new support piece, adds a pop onto the original.
Isn't 50% of Galaxy Eyes support just another Exceed that you can put onto the other Exceeds?
Yep, pretty much.
Yes? Okay.
Cypher Dragon steal and floats back into it when destroyed, making it a solid addition to rank 8 decks, with the
Could
only
be more
issue
than
being there
50?
were not
Oh.
any good rank 8 decks at the time. Oceania was a couple of days later, and unfortunately this event, as usual, is the WCQ we know the least about, only having a confirmed top 8 breakdown, of which pure True Draco would once again crack, and thankfully this time, we have a deck list. Utilizing all sorts of special summon blocking consistency cards like Duality and Demise, True Draco could completely circumvent that thanks to their extra
Intercept.
See, so like technically, this deck has a lot of really cool stuff going on.
Yeah, this deck is
It's
fine.
just one skill drain and the 2 masterpieces that are kind of troll despair, but the skill drain was limited,
Yeah,
so they
this
didn't
deck's
draw
fine.
it
I
very
love
often.
Waterfall as well.
Other
Waterfall
than
the
that,
Dragon
it's,
Souls is a cool
like,
card.
it's kind of cool.
being normal summon, able to stick a quick Dino
And the thing is, if you've played this deck at this time, you will like genuinely know that this deck could go head to head with Zodiac, even in games where you didn't have access to.
You don't know what the fuck that card is? Wait, which card? Waterfall the Dragon Souls. It's a trap that adds any worm from deck to hand, or you can send any number of worms from your hand or field to the grave and draw that many cards +1. So if your opponent goes like try pop your card, you go like chain draw 2, and it was really cool. Wait, intercept? You mean? Intercept is when your opponent attributes a monster, you steal it. It steals and attributes someone's monster on when it gets summoned. I'm pretty sure it's a counter trap too. That's why it's stealing a Ryza in the picture.
Skill drain or masterpiece. Like this deck was a good deck even in the grindy games. Like it was a solid engine against Zodiac. Like it matched up well against them.
Might Knight into Masterpiece, completely dominating a game, playing a decent suite of responsive cards.
Like for example, I played True Draco at YCS Rimini that year, and I got third, and I'm pretty sure that I only played one masterpiece with Desires because it genuinely wasn't an issue.
That's actually really funny. He got third at Rimini. I got third at Toronto. They were the same day. I did not know that. That's actually really funny. We didn't play the same deck though. I played Pure Zoo. But same day, and we both got third. Interesting.
If you lost your masterpiece after Desires, like it was not a problem. It didn't rely on
no
that.
terraforming. So remember how I said like diagram is not that broken in Pure Draco. Because popping from so think about it this way: if your opponent doesn't have a field, popping a card to search is a -1. It's like Signet mining. And a deck that's all about value, that's not very good. So yeah, that was the biggest problem with it. Going second, it was solid, but it would still just eat shit to Trident. So diagram really just wasn't that crazy, to be honest. It was better in other decks where popping the card was better, but and like Pure Draco, it really wasn't even the best card.
That card.
their tribute summon bosses, such as Forbidden Apocrypha to take out Zodiac combos, and Monarch Stormforth to take advantage of the quick summon trap. Ryan Slott would take the event on Zodiac, playing a very similar list to the EUWCQ winning list, Shuffle Reborn included. South America would be the same weekend, and we'd continue to see similar results to the other WCQ, seeing a nearly identical
This is kind of like, there's always that one wind witch invoked kind of meme.
Yeah, terrible.
Central America, ironically enough.
There's always
Rafael
that
Jose
one wind witch
Rodriguez de
invoked.
Souza would take the event on Zodiac,
Zeta.
playing the pure variant that has, by this point, been mostly solidified. There would be one more set release between this.
This is just like a crazy Worlds this year, right? Like Zeta's first. Is this Zeta's first Worlds at this point? It's my first Worlds, Josh's second. Like Zeta would go back to Worlds every year after, I think, as well. Same with me and Josh.
In the NAWCQ, and this particular set would bring one specific reprint we had been waiting on at this point for quite some time.
Oh, it's just
For former pal Odd Ice Synchron.
Battles of
Zafion
Zafion
is
Light's
cool.
Revenge. Release date, July 7th, 2017. Set type, import, reprint set.
Zeta from
Major
Brazil?
Strategies,
Yeah.
Pendulums, Dinosaur, Time Lords. Impact,
Minerva.
the long-awaited reprint of a meta-relevant prize card. Battles of Legend, as the name
Right.
suggests, would be a successor to the Dragons of Legend packs that we've received up until this point for the past 3 years. After 3 Dragons of Legend sets, all of the dragons had been printed, and needing it to remain an import set for various OCG releases we simply didn't get, specifically those of the Collector's Pack series at the time, and needing a set in which we could receive reprints
This
and
set
erratas with
was
specific
troll.
cards, the Legend sets would be transitioned into the Battles of Legend series, which as of the time of writing this is still an active yearly series
Zeta was at Worlds every year. Me, Josh, and Zeta have been to Worlds every year since Worlds points. Although he didn't qualify through Worlds points, he's qualified through different means every fucking time. But since 2017, me, Josh, and Zeta have gone to Worlds every year. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So that's like the start of like the continuous trend, which is crazy.
series that continues to see printings. As such, while this isn't technically the inaugural set, as technically it's the 4th in the series of the Legend sets, it would be what marked the official start of taking the yearly sets more seriously.
Before even who else? Who's the fourth? Am I misremembering? Oh, Fortif Games. Okay.
As this one started to actually do reprints for the meta at large that actually mattered. Quickly running through the imports, Pendulum Piles would see a couple of new pieces in Performapal Odd Eye Synchron, being just a mesh of archetype names for searching that can also be used to convert your scales into synchros, and Abyss Actor Curtain Raiser, able to summon itself
Oh,
out
this
of
card
scale
was
and
relevant.
control no monsters, being the only relevant effect it had, but still a solid one. The Time Lords would see their archetypal debut,
All of
being a
Zafion.
continuation of the previous Medion the Time Lord, which were all
Time Lords were really, really cool tech cards at the time because they could really mess with certain boards depending on which kind of, because they were immune to like Trident or whatever, right? And you would just crash and clear certain parts of your opponent's board. It was pretty cool.
boss monsters that can normal summon for no tribute.
They were very popular side deck cards.
Return themselves at the end of the battle phase. They
Because
battle.
this thing just gets rid of all spell and traps. Like this card was really good against like True Draco and Zodiac versions, depending on how much
Fuck the
back row
Time
they played.
Lords.
You just summon Safion,
PTSD.
attack, and shuffle all their spell traps away. Like it's really good, and they can't do anything about it. Can't pop it with Masterpiece. Can't pop it with one of the True Draco traps. It was really good.
To the deck for some effect.
They have faces on. Yeah, that throws me off every time. Like literally, when you look at these as like just the card, you never really notice this. When you look at the artworks up close, it always freaks me out that they have like faces in the most random places.
Or in your standby phase for no effect, and standardly had a reason to not remove them stapled on. Honestly, these were never truly relevant, though they would see the occasional
Nah,
pop up
they
in
were
rogue
relevant.
level stall strategies that never saw any real
The Time Lord deck was never relevant, but these cards were very relevant.
Specifically Zafion.
Giant Rex is able to summon itself if banished.
Oh,
once
this
per
is
turn,
Pill
and gains
and
200
Rex,
attack when
okay.
you do, and Double Evolution Pill banishes a dino and a non-dino from hand or grave to summon a level 7
Mentions Odd Eye Synchron as relevant, says Zafion, isn't? I'm pretty sure I sided multiple Time Lords at Worlds in 2017 with the Time
Same.
Maiden as well.
Yep, same.
They were very relevant side deck cards.
or higher dino from deck, ignoring summoning
In the Draco Mirror, they were just very good because Zafion, when it goes to grave, draws a card, right? So it forces a shit interaction, right? And part of what you want to do in the mirror is force them to send their Draco cards to the grave, so you can draw off Heritage, triggering their cards, right? So if you summon a Zafion into their back row, they're gonna lose everything, or they do something, at which point you get to draw and do shit. So Zafion was really good in the mirror.
conditions. These two would be a pseudo pair for dinosaur decks, with Rex pairing nicely with Misk for summoning out a baby for max value, and Double Evolution Pill being a sort of break glass option to get yourself to UCT without burning a search. Both would see tech level play in Dinosaur for now. As for the reprints that need to be mentioned, there would be two relevant ones for the time being. Minerva, after her 2 years stint of
Right,
being a price
yeah.
card exclusive extra deck staple, was finally released to the public. While the period she would have been massively relevant had passed with the limiting of grass, Minerva still would be a welcome
It's a welcome
addition to the
reprint,
extra
yeah,
decks
very
of the
good
average
card.
player. The other reprint that needs to be mentioned, albeit briefly, is Witch of the Black Forest. Fist, who would receive the same errata as Sangan as a hard once per turn, and locking the effects of that monster until the end of the turn, making her a prime candidate to return to the game on the next ban
Rest in
list.
peace.
The NAWCQ would wrap up the WCQ season the same weekend, and
I-
while our
I-
game
I
set is
floundered
incomplete,
this
the
event.
results on hand would be fairly similar to other WCQs from this season, with Pure Zoo and Draco Zoo standing atop the meta at large, with Chester Henson taking the event on Draco Zoo, which had notably departed from being a splash of True Dracos into a pure Zodiac deck, and instead was now a splash of Zoo cards into a mostly pure True Draco deck. Zombie Zoo would be one of the more interesting tops here,
It's like my deck.
thanks to the return
But
of
it
Grass.
lost
It lets our
Terratop and Instant Fusion. And Grass now won. And this deck got way worse.
offering still available at 3 copies, the deck can still
Dude, JY Sharif looking ass deck.
effectively operate with 4 copies of Grass on hand, just 3/4 of the time requiring a hand banish to get there. This would lead into the year's starter deck, and with it would come a fundamental shift to the game as a whole that many players weren't quite ready for in many ways.
All right, so the onslaught of Link summons is about to come up next. But that's going to be it for now, guys. We still have a whole hour left in this video. A whole hour. And we are not close to being done. I have to go soon. So what we're going to do is we are going to continue this reaction on Monday. And I imagine the YouTube will also be broken up into 2 different pieces as well. Part 1 and part 2. Because this has been fucking long. Very long. I appreciate all of you who have stayed with me here. I know my viewership on Reacts is a bit lower than normal. But those of you who do enjoy it, I'm glad you do. And thanks for sticking by my side. If you want to support the channel, please consider using your Prime subs or supporting via regular sub as well. It makes a huge difference for myself to continue doing this. We've only gotten like 8 subs the entirety of today. So let's get a little more, right? 8 subs, and 5 of those are literally gifted subs from Neos. So we can do a little bit better. If you enjoy the 4-hour long stream, because it's been pretty long, then please consider. No, okay, all right. Then you don't have to say anything. You could say just nothing. Cool, bye. I'm allowed to ask for subs because I'm doing this with the intent of making a career out of it. And if I cannot make a career out of it, I will just not do it. I have fun doing this with you guys, but I cannot do it for free. You don't have to sub. Don't make dumb comments. Anyways, that's going to be it for now. One last reminder, if you guys weren't here at the beginning, let's make sure to like and subscribe to Josh's video as well as to the original creator, The Law. Same thing. Make sure you guys go look. Understandable, but still no. Okay. Like, I don't know why you guys feel the need to strike a nerve. But sure. Anyways. Farfa Brainrod viewers. Farfa is the same thing though. That's fine. You need to add revenue to pay for Christmas. I feel you there. Make sure you guys turn this on and listen to it as well. As well as if you want to see the rest of the react, you can watch this because we will have to wait a bit. His chatters always spam no when he shills. Well, I don't take it. You can appreciate the content, or you can be silent if you want to do that. Like when I'm making a pitch, being fully serious, you can show respect. Anyways, I'm sorry to end with that more like a dictator type of view, but I'm not budging on that because this is not like something I will have. Oops, that's not the right page. Compromising on. But yes, so fuck. Today's 5 p.m. Yeah, I do get going. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, we'll be back. And we'll do the rest of this react. I'm not sure if we'll do the start of the stream, but probably within the first half hour we'll start doing it. And considering we got another hour to go on Josh's video, it'll probably be at least an hour of reaction. We got some other content to go. Also remember that there is Duckless Nightmares next Wednesday. So exclamation mark Duckless Nightmares, and you can submit a deck. And then on the weekend, next weekend, is Rises Bologna, which I will not be at. So what that means, is I will be streaming, commentating the event for you guys. Something that I've not been doing as much before, but I want to start doing it more and more often, especially as I travel less, especially for European events. So that should be fun. I don't think I said it, but Raw Rim and Dinosaur. Thank you so much for the 2 subs. I appreciate it. And if you guys don't want to sub, that is fine. Just, I take it seriously, so I ask you to take it seriously as well. That being said, let's return to the Christmas music, and I'll send you guys out. Raw Rim of Dinosaurs and Evil Reading. It was intentional. He's a regular in the chat. Where's the outro? There we go. Adieu, mes amis.